잠시
Ladies and gentlemen, 2022 UNESCO Creative Cities of Media Arts Network Global Forum will soon begin. If you are already with us online via Zoom, please mute your microphone. For those who are participating in person, please turn your mobile phone into vibration or silent mode. You can also easily participate in this forum through YouTube channel of Gwangju Museum of Art. So you may join our YouTube channel to join this forum. Thank you.
밖에 계신 분들은 잠시 후 10시부터
This forum is going to begin at 10 o'clock, so I'd like to ask all the participants outside to be inside and take your seat.
그 행사 진행 요원분들은
So all the staff members, please guide participants standing outside to come inside and take their seats.
이게 바로 브랜드가 되고
테크놀로지를 받아들이고
다루는 개념도 우리가 구축한
디지털 자산을 관리하는 를 고민하는데
브랜딩을 강화하고
이제 행사를 시작하겠습니다. 뒤에 서 계신 분
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get started. So all the participants, please be seated.
시간이 다소 지체가 됐습니다. 죄송합니다.
We are a little bit behind our schedule. So from now on, we'll begin 2022 UNESCO Creative Cities of Media Arts Network Global Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Director of 광주미디어아트플랫폼, Im Jong-young. It's my pleasure to meet you all. This forum, under the theme of the transportation of digital media ecosystems and their future, has been designed to provide a platform for communication with UNESCO Creative Cities of Media Art and Gwangju citizens, which has been cut off for a very long time due to COVID-19. Before we begin, there will be performance to celebrate the 2022 UNESCO Creative Cities of Media Art Network Global Forum. The unique cello quartet team plays cellos made from scrap materials. COVID-19 pandemic made us think more about the environment, and this team has been conveying stories about the environment in various ways. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the performance of unique cello quartet.
오늘 연주에
So the two songs will be played. The Power and Encouragement by Lee Sung-gyun. Please give a big hand.
Thank you so much. Indeed, it was just such a moving and a unique performance. Please give them the big round of applause to the unique quartet one more time. And I think they use aluminum chowder to play this performance. I think they are the one of the kinds in using the cello during this performance. And thank you very much for your music, the power, and the consolidation. Thank you so much. Comfort. And it was moving. And so please give it one more time, the big round to the unique quartet. Then now I will officially kick off today's forum with a welcome remark by Kang Gi-jeong, who kindly sent us a video message. Please. Hello, everyone. I am Kang Gi-jeong, Mayor of Gwangju Metropolitan City. Welcome you all to Gwangju, a city that radiates various light through media arts. Media arts is not simply about consuming culture by seeing, by hearing, and enjoying it. It is expanding into other fields by adding creativity and the imagination. It has a limitless potential from economic and industry point of view. This global forum is expected to be a place to share the cases of UNESCO creative cities and connect generations and the world through media arts, enriching our lives for all. This year, we changed the forum venue to 광주미디어아트플랫폼, where exhibition, education, production support, and networking take place. I hope that you like this new venue map. Media Art Festival is being held all over the Gwangju right now. I hope that you can find the time to learn about the colors and the stories of Gwangju that are being created through the festival. I wish you best of the luck and the health to every participant at this forum. Thank you.
감사합니다. 영상으로
Thank you very much. It was welcoming remark by the mayor of city. And here is the question. GMAP was opened on March 30th, and we are having this international forum. Is it okay? Do you find it okay? It was a question raised by mayor of Gwangju. Thank you very much for the answer. There are some people who are not here joining us in person, and the mayor has not attended in person. Thank you very much for welcoming remarks. And next, Assistant Director General for Culture Sector of UNESCO, Ernest Ottone, will give us congratulatory speech.
To UNESCO Media Arts Creative City Forum. I would like to congratulate the Gwangju Media Art Platform and the Creative City of Gwangju for organizing this important event, which aims to harness the power of media arts to promote international exchange and dialogue. UNESCO Creative Cities of Media Arts are incubators for designing the digital ecosystems of tomorrow. We can see in the audiovisual project Imaginary Cartographies, launched by the Creative Cities of Braga and Enghien-les-Bains. This project brought young people and artists together to create a common digital space for creativity. This is just one of many examples of how media arts speaks across borders and how it can be a tool for education and sustainable development. Thanks to all of the creative cities who have joined us today and for your efforts to leverage the power of media arts to build a more sustainable future. I wish you all a successful forum.
Thank you so much for kind words. Ernest Ottone delivered the welcome message. Now I would like to invite Han Kyung-gu, the Secretary General of the Korean National Commission for UNESCO. Through video, he will deliver the speech. Hello everyone, I am Han Kyung-gu, Secretary General of the Korean National Commission for UNESCO. Congratulations on the opening of 2022 UNESCO Creative Cities of Media Art Network Global Forum. Media art is creating fundamental changes to art by incorporating cutting-edge technology into it. By making use of various materials and media, it exchanges flexible and rich messages and turns art itself into a new communication language. In times like this, it is important to look back on the past, assess the present, and predict the future of media arts. Thus, the transformation of digital ecosystems and their future is a very timely topic for us to examine. UNESCO believes that the development of media arts in the creative cities, including Gwangju, should be open to everyone and create new experiences for them. I hope that the open communication between citizens of creative cities and the community artists and the exchanges and collaboration between creative cities around the world as well as among creators will expand in the future. This will help to drive the progress of media arts, culture, and the creative industry and international cooperation will be expanded too. I hope that today's forum that will help the media art creative cities around the world to unleash their full potential. Once again, congratulations on the opening of today's forum. Thank you very much.
네,
Thank you very much for the support and encouraging words for a successful forum. Mayor Kang and the Assistant Director General Ernest Otone and Secretary General Han Kyung-kyu, thank you very much for the video speeches. Now we'd like to begin session 1 of this forum. I'd like to introduce the presenters and the panel discussants. Please stand up when you introduce yourself. We have Lee Sang-mi, Director of Jeju Hanla University Museum, Hanla Contemporary. We also have Lee Soo-young, Curator of Namjoon Park Art Center. We have Po Chi-hwang, Chief Executive Officer of Digital Art Center of the Taipei. We have Lee Gi-mo, Content Project Curator at Asia Culture Center. We are also joined by Shin Chun-sung, Professor of Graduate School of Culture at Cheonnam National University. And we have a moderator of Session 1, Yu Won-jun, Professor of Trans Art Department at Yeongnam University. Okay, so Session 1 will be moderated by Yu Won-jun.
Hello everyone. I am the Yu Won-jun, the moderator for the session 1 of today's global forum, and the theme of this session is transformation of the media and the ecosystem. And we have invited one keynote speaker, and two presenters will make presentations after the keynotes, and then when all the three presentations will be delivered, we will have the discussion and the Q&A time, and the 20 minutes will be given to each presentation, and after three presentations we'll discuss together with the Q&A, and they will conclude the first session. And then now let me introduce the keynote speaker who will talk about the transformation of digital ecosystem and their future. Lee Sang-mi, please welcome her with a big hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am keynote speaker Lee Sang-mi. As mentioned by moderator, the topic today is very broad and abstract and also complex. So I had kind of difficult times in preparing for the keynote speech. So actually, UNESCO since 2004 has designated cities recognized for outstanding creativity in the 7 fields of music, folk crafts, design, films, food, literature, and media to build Creative City Network. And Gwangju was selected a UNESCO Midiaart Creative City on December 1st, 2014. And then the GMAP, 광주미디어아트플랫폼, was opened this year. And the opening of GMAP is receiving lots of attention. Media art is fast growing, maybe due to COVID-19 pandemic, because non-face-to-face was the dominant fact over the past few years. So the value of media art, I thought, was intangible art, challenging the essence of art, and also combined with ITs and NFTs. So I'd like to talk about the prospects of the digital art. It is very hard to talk about the value of art. We need to look into current trends. Choi Chang-suk was chosen the artist of the year. The combination of video and installations, and the Ulsan City Museum was opened in this January. It was made of XR web, utilizing the latest IT technologies. So the media art is now accessed by the general public as well. So we have to talk about photographs and the internet when we say media art, and it is very broad. Media, M-E-D-I-A, every media belong to media art. We live in the 21st century, but the concept of media art is not yet clearly defined. All the art since the invention of photographs in the 19th century could be media art. But the inventor could be Baek Nam-jun. He made video art in the 1990s. And many people call it media art as combination of art and technologies. So the width itself is not important. I believe components of media art would be more important. Media art is composed of letters, sound, and images, and all the imaginable sensors you can think of. So that is easier to understand, and it is more fun than any other forms of art. Therefore, there are many criticisms because of this nature of media art. When we speak of media art, Nam June-paik is pretty famous. He's actually a genius. Video art, media art are very difficult concept, and it could be misleading. But it is very broad and big category, regardless of whatever medium is utilized, video, webs, or internet. Whatever media can be used, and they can belong to the concept of media art. In the 1990s and 2000s, there were significant transformations, industrial advancement and technological advancement. And the media was influenced by computers in the 1990s, and in the 2000s, I'm not talking about 2022, in 2000, computers, internet, smartphones were widespread. So art became an easy concept. I'm not saying lightweight, but the general audience can easily access and enjoy this media art from the 2000s. And this was very interesting episode in 2004 in London, St. Paul, Bilbila artwork. And he was assistant to Nam June-paik. So this artwork was installed on St. Paul Cathedral in London. So that is a religious facility. So traditionally, conventional artworks only installed in the cathedrals, but video art started to be installed. So it received lots of attention from this industry. It was very controversial because St. Paul Cathedral has great meanings. For example, Westminster was a place of a funeral for the Queen Elizabeth. So St. Paul has significant meaning, easily accessed by the general public, and it started to have media art installations. So when you think about what is the real meaning or trend of media art, what would be the essence of art? What would be the value of art? What would be the value of Rembrandt? Or what would be the value of Viviola? It is not about good or bad. Times are changing, and we need to accept the changing times. And how far media art is expanding? With the expansion of the blockchains, so we have to talk about NFTs when we say art. NFT stands for non-fungible tokens, and it certifies ownership of digital assets. But I think NFT is one of the genres representing media art, and it has potential to move forward with post-media art, because media art itself is intermediary medium. It doesn't matter whatever medium we are using. As you know very well, NFT is a certificate of digital assets ownerships. The problem with digital art is that it is so easily copied and reproduced. So the people disregarded this trend, and it could disappear suddenly with the advancement of technologies. But many artists entered into NFTs. For example, the people's artwork sold at a very expensive price, which was very surprising. But actually, he had 5,000 artworks from 2007 to 2022. And market accepted his artworks. That is the power of NFTs. Demenastu is the star artist, and he entered into NFT art. There was real art as well as NFT art. But the general public preferred the NFT art to the physical art. So Kim Mangi's the artwork is one of the most expensive ones. The same is true for artist Kim. So we could say blockchains, metaverse, and ledgers when we talk about the media art, but that is not all. I believe the most important element of NFT in media art is scalability, because that can reach the essence of art. Then what is the essence of art? Value, concept, philosophies. Art is not just about the materials. It is about value, what kind of value is represented with art. So with NFTs, the NFT art can be more valuable in the virtual world. But it is not. I mean, NFTs are not omnipotent. Of course, it can facilitate more trading and exchanges, and also they can spend only a small capital to own a media art. And artists can receive royalties with NFT art. So it's going to be a creation opportunity or a source of revenue for artists. It also ensures free copying and distribution. You can use a hashtag and blockchains and ledging, so we can know who is the real owner and how the artworks have been traded in a very transparent manner when and where. So it would be good and fair for the artists as well as owners. With regard to the ecosystems of digital art, yes, it is not an easy concept. We have no idea how digital art ecosystem is going to be transformed. But we have Baek Nam-jun. So media art is not just about receiving information in a passive way. It is more about the interaction. So through various discussions at this forum, I hope that there will be more opportunity to understand what's going on around digital ecosystems and prepare for the future through various discussions. And I hope that Gwangju will grow into a global hub city for media art. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for the keynote speech by Sang-mi. She talked about media arts and the latest trend, including NFT, were touched upon by Sang-mi. And Sang-mi mentioned that media art has become the mainstream, and media arts has been researched a topic that I pay attention to for a long time, so it gives me great pleasure to see the development of the media art. And now I would like to invite Lee Soo-young, who will deliver presentations on the Baek Nam-jun's media ecosystem and what followed. And please welcome with a big hand Lee Soo-young, curator from Baek Nam-jun Art Center. Hello, everyone. I am the Lee Soo-young, curator of Baek Nam-jun Art Center. Thank you so much for inviting me to this meaningful event. The keynote speech was quite interesting, and my job today is to take a look at the media ecosystem from the Baek Nam-jun's perspective and take a look at the present situation of the Korean media arts from my perspective. I think some of you don't know the Baek Nam-jun Art Center, so let me introduce the Art Center, which is opened in 2008, and we specialized in the research and the education and the exhibition of Baek Nam-jun related artworks. And we are turning Baek Nam-jun's spirit into the present context, and this is the mission that Baek Nam-jun Art Center is pursuing. Today, I'm going to talk about the Baek Nam-jun's the media ecosystem, and I will start with the statement made by Baek Nam-jun. Baek Nam-jun says that the most important thing in art and technology is not to invent another scientific toy, but to humanize fast-changing technology. TV Bra for living sculpture is a shocking performance art that humanizes technology and electronics. Using TV as a bra, one of the most intimate things people use, we show that the technology can exist for humans and stimulate the imagination of the audience. Here, imagination does not mean that type of imagination that audience cannot share, but it is imagination that allows allows the audience to use the technology in a new, humane way. And I like this statement very much. And what's shocking about his performance is that Baek Nam-jun reminded us that we must constantly imagine new, imaginative human use of technology. And the way we see and his media ecosystem is about the bigger picture about how we humans can use the technology. And if we see the media art and the report that Baek Nam-jun made, he predicted and drew the big picture for the media ecosystem. In the 1968, Baek Nam-jun had the first his solo exhibition, and he tried to modify the relationship between the humans and the technology and the media. And so I would like to shed light on the Baek Nam-jun's endeavor from the two perspectives. And the first one is just the social, the eco philosophy, and I borrowed the term from the Qatari, and he said that we can see the world through three lenses, and this shows the world view of Qatari. And here I would like to borrow the social, the eco philosophy and the environmental eco philosophy in order to shed a light on the Baek Nam-jun's artistic practice. First, let me start with the social, the eco philosophy perspective. And this is electronic superhighway, the well-known work, and it is the collection of videos that show the characteristics of the states of the US, and all these video images are connected together. The message that Baek Nam-jun want to deliver was the power of the internet. Let me elaborate on the social eco philosophy. And this picture is from the Baek Nam-jun's the first solo exhibition in the 1963, and you already seen this photo. So why do we think about the TV and discussing social eco philosophy? And we have to think about it. And the TV medium just emerged in the 1960s, and it has a huge impact in the human relationship and the relationship humans have with the environment. And Baek Nam-jun manipulated the internal circuits of the television in order to change the technology of TV to create so many different images. At the time, the TV was a medium that unilaterally sent the news and information to the public. But Baek Nam-jun intervenes in the TV, and I believe that this shows the significant changes in the relationship between the people and the technology. And this is internally hacking, and another way is inserting audio signals or foot switch or mic were inserted in the TV so that viewers can be engaged directly and experience by themselves. And also, Baek Nam-jun takes a step further from here, and he entered in the broadcasting station. And what you are seeing is the medium is a medium. In the 1969, Baek Nam-jun was selected as the artist residency program. That's why he entered to the broadcasting system, the WHGB, and so four artists participated in the residency program, and these four artists could use the broadcasting station, the equipment, and the system, and each artist produced a short program, 3 to 4 minutes, and when the pieces put together, it lasts about 16 minutes, and the last work was made by Baek Nam-jun. And Baek Nam-jun manipulated the TV signals and made video arts, so that this is his work. And what you are seeing is the work Baek Nam-jun made through Medium is a Medium. Please watch this video together. And he manipulated a television to create new images, and it was broadcasted. Baek Nam-jun Art Center did 5 projects, and so about 100 important video clips are uploaded in the website of our center, so you can access these video clips when you visit our home page. So it's Fred Barczyk is explaining the media artworks, and he asked questions, and Baek Nam-jun and the other 3 artists video are explained by him. And please move the cursor, and so because the Baek Nam-jun work is at the end of this video, so So please go to close to the end of this video to see the Baek Nam-jun's artwork. So the screen that you are seeing is that Baek Nam-jun manipulated the internal circuits of television, and this is the face of Nixon, the president, but his image is distorted. It is his way of criticizing him. And what you are seeing is what's called the dancing pattern, and the coil inside is dispersed through the CRT monitor, and it is disconnected in the middle. So the shape of infinity is floating in the vacuum, and this is the images that Baek Nam-jun created, and this is the work that Baek Nam-jun did in the broadcasting system, and he tried to modify the relationship people have with the TV and the technology. And the key of this is that, including video artists, the audience, the general audience started to do edit and shoot the video. And that was the thinking of Baek Nam-jun. So Baek Nam-jun developed the technology called the back-up video synthesizer. Just like playing the piano, people can create and edit the video images with the synthesizer. And then you can create this vivid color expressions with this synthesizer. That represents that Baek Nam-jun developed technology by himself too. And with this video synthesizer, he created the video commune, the Beatles from the beginning to end. It is a program that was aired on the last date of 1969, and for 4 hours the Beatles music played as background. The WBH had the copyrights of Beatles. That's why he used this music to make this program. The key was that there was some kind of the keyboards, and that is something that nowadays musicians and the technicians use for the sound mixing. And so with this you can invite people passing by, and the live mixing was done on live, and the video sources such as Japanese video shows and the commercials were also added and included in this program called the Video Commune, and it received quite well by the viewers. So it was replayed, and it was quite revolutionary to air this type of program, and they had a huge impact on the society. And lastly, in 1984, 86, and 88, Baek Nam-jung created works called the trilogy. That is called the Space Opera Trilogy, using the satellite broadcasting technology. One of the goals of Baek Nam-jung was to publicize and protect, archive the culture of a country by using the satellite technology. And this program was produced in the 1988, and many countries participated in this work. And Baek Nam-jung said that this is the present to the world. And now let me move on to the second perspective, the environmental eco-philosophy perspective. So when we think about the environment, what comes to our mind is the preservation activities to protect the nature. And this is the jungles in the Amazon, and they are on fire. But Qatari said that environmental, the ecosystem, and the ecology is mechanical, the ecology. And humans are the one that destroyed and polluted the nature and the natural ecosystem. And to reduce carbon and increase oxygen, we need to have global initiative, and that should be done by the mechanical and the artificial actions and the policies of the countries around the world. So I believe that Baek Nam-jung experimented with the media ecosystem model. Case in point is a TV garden, which is an installation showing the TV and the video in the harmony. Let's play a video. So go to the top. And this is called the Global Groove. It is on the TV of the TV garden. And the Global Groove starts by presenting TV guides, and he predicted that this will be thicker than the any other books in the world, and it shows the images of American tap dance, Korean fan dance, and the Indian drums, and these images are connected, so people communicate with the color without the verbal language. And this is like the global festival. And what we should pay attention to is that Baek Nam-jung is using multi-monitors. One of the characteristics of TV is that commercial images are filled with TV, and it is being sent through multimedias and monitors. And Baek Nam-jun show that how we can manipulate and experiment with such multimedia and monitors, and that is represented by TV Garden. And this shows that the environment requires mechanical and artificial control. And when we say this, we have to agree with Qatari's view and Baek Nam-jun's view about that. So then, what thoughts did Baek Nam-jun express on the environmental ecology? And Baek Nam-jun wrote 3 media reports while working as a media consultant for the Rockefeller Foundation. And one of them is media planning for post-industrial society, written in 1976. And let me summarize the key points. And he talks about the energy, and at the time there was energy war, the oil war, so it was quite a big issue. So he analyzed that situation. He believed that when the video culture develops, then people have less need to travel, then this will lead to energy savings. And this is the idea of Baek Nam-jun. I believe that Baek Nam-jun's thinking includes ideas as well as practice, and we can call this mediology. So it represents the relationship with the humans and the relationship with the nature and the ecosystem. So one side is a social ecophilosophy, the other side is environmental ecophilosophy, and this includes the environment that surrounds us. And let me briefly touch upon the Korean arts world. And this is the exhibition called Ecological Sense in 2019 by Baek Nam-jun Artist Center. And the media arts, before the pandemic, people started to pay attention to the ecological crises, like the Amazon and the land of color blindness were the exhibitions that were held before the pandemic, and which dealt with the ecological crisis. Then we had the pandemic that led to shutdown of the museums. And while going through the COVID-19 pandemic, we thought about how to live together, and we had to look back on the life of community. So we studied and discussed it together with artists. And this is the future of silence, the exhibition done by Baek Nam-jun Artist Center in 2020. And another aspects of the change is using the metaverse, and the digital exhibition and the digital museum of arts emerged during the pandemic, and the artists actively responded to these changes. And this is an exhibition called Plutoria, held in September this year. And this is an exhibition held in the metaverse, and the artists talk and the artists visiting, and all things could be done in the metaverse. And so I believe that there are certain experiences that you can only have in the metaverse. And the other side of this spectrum is that over the last 2 years, we had to had some social distancing, and our senses were controlled. Now it is being lifted, and we are moving to the new normal. So the exhibitions that are opening now stimulated the senses to the extreme, and they can be it can be seen from the recent exhibitions that show the immersive appreciation of arts that only you can have in the physical, the Museum of Arts. So this is another extreme trend that is happening in post-COVID pandemic. And this is the image, the ceiling of a church created by Baek Nam-jun, and we added the concept of analog immersion by combining the image with the analog experience. It is difficult to summarize this trend in words. And what I see is that we think media is not just a media. We think media is the environment that is surrounding us, including the nature, like the cloud, air, and the water, and also human relationship. And the media artists are actively responding to such changes. That's how I see the latest trend. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the presentation, Lee Soo-young. And Lee Soo-young discussed the Baek Nam-jun's artworks from the perspective of a media ecosystem, and she also touched upon the latest trend in the Korean media arts, and she shared the statement made by Baek Nam-jun, which is, what we need to do is to make technology humane, and that will contribute to expanding the scope of media ecosystem. And in the middle of the presentation, she also shared the Baek Nam-jun media platform that's been opened by the Baek Nam-jun Art Center. And when the project was planned, I got a call, and initially I had some worries about the disclosing the value of assets of Baek Nam-jun. I thought that probably the access should be limited to a certain group of artists, but I could realize that my concerns were groundless, and it is freely shared now, and it is now open to the general public, and that will contribute to expanding the scope of media ecosystem. And the reason that I am explaining this is because Hwang Po-chi explained something about the internet, and he asked me to say some more words before he starts his presentation. And we are now talking about the transformation of the digital ecosystem, which is quite broad in the concept, and we started from the media art concept and the current situation of the media arts, and the future of the expansion of the media ecosystem. I believe that the two presenters provided the sketch for the future. So I think the next presenter is ready to deliver presentation. So please welcome the Hwang Po-chi from the Taipei Digital Arts Center.
I'm so nervous. So just forgive me my unprofessional presentation. So, okay. I will speak in Mandarin, so sorry, I forgot your name.
说中国话就好。
哦，就是你的名字。对。
我叫金粉玉，저는 김분옥이라고 합니다.
他会协助我翻译，那是我 Korea. Hello, everyone. 大家好，我是
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm artist and I'm also a farmer. And also I have lots of interest in social matters as well as history. And let me introduce myself. I'm Bo Chi Huang, the CEO and artist of Taipei Digital Arts Center. First, I'd like to give you a brief introduction to the Taipei Digital Arts Center and Taipei Digital Art Festival. Digital Art Center of the Taipei is a small art space run by the Taipei municipal government, which focuses on digital art. We host 6 exhibitions, performances, and Taipei Digital Art Festival every year, and we have held more than 20 forums and workshops, and also we manage artist studio residency. These are the activities we are pursuing right now. So this is the collaboration of 3 works between Taipei Digital Art Festival and a new New York museum. And we are also working on various new arts. The Taipei Digital Art Festival is going to kick off on September 30th, and we are working on post-truth the sculptures. In the current era where the internet and global capitalism are combined, we are paying attention to how information is received and disseminated through various digital tools. And furthermore, we are thinking about the possibility of breaking the existing information structure and creating new dissemination mode. So we are conducting various art activities. And also we are planning to play a video working together with Korean artists, which means this is going to be collaboration between Taiwan artists and Korean artists.
About transformation of the ecosystem. 那我将以 DAC 明年想要发展的主题，我自己的作。
Next, I'd like to talk about today's topic, the changes and prospects of digital ecosystem. This is an issue with implications for many fields. And for this, I'd like to talk about the topic of next year's Taipei Digital Art Center with some works and examples from other artists, including myself. I'd like to talk about it in English.
I think it's quite important. It can represent how the young artists, especially maybe the students in the, just like in the college, how they think themselves. They think do it for the grant. I think maybe for me it's do it for the gain. And also fake it for the grant and fake it for the gain. So for me, I think for the artist, the most important thing is still keep on to bridge the relationship between what you are living in, such as for the young artists living in the internet. So what they do is not really for, sometimes not really for art, maybe sometimes really for the brand, Instagram, yeah. And the fake it for the Instagram that actually make the truth, make the real life. And also I think we still need to keep the positive attitude that make us playing the game, yeah. Now 我可能会先从这。
This is about game. Games are an effective way to understand unknown things when we were young, and our games consistently reflect the functions and structure of our society. This picture was taken in 1962. The Tech Model Railroad Club, which is a student body of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, was the birthplace of a hacker culture and also the world's first digital computer game, Space War.
It's about handling game field. Sometimes I think keep on the game field that can make you solve lots of problems and lots of issues that can be gone. So I would show you this one of my artwork, and also I think you should use this artwork to represent my honor for the Nanjun Pike. So please play a video just for maybe few seconds. 那这个是我在2006年早期的影像作品，代表了我对影像技术和游戏的兴趣。
This photo was taken in the form of Flower 2006, one of my artworks, one of my earliest video installations. First, I converted flower into digital image with a scanner, and during the scanning process, I tried to move the flower to create the effect of drawing with a brush. After that, just like operating a game machine, I also tried to push, pull, compress, and press flowers to make them into different shapes. And in several months, over 10,000 images were edited into stop-motion animations.
can skip to maybe forward, yeah, a little bit more. Okay, now next is about the game engine right now. 那到今天呢，即时的
Today, real-time 3D game engines like Unity and Unreal Engine have an open development environment. In addition, young artists who make good use of open resources can learn on their own through the numerous developer communities and free online curriculums that exist on the internet. Many people also share their stuff on social media, making it easier to obtain data and lowering the entry barrier for specialized fields. In addition, along with lowering prices of hardware equipment such as motion captures, field devices, and display adapters, dependence on specialized educational institutions has also decreased significantly.
Most often used software right now, the young artists use the Unity and the Unreal Engine is like a game engine, and the Blender is the open source software that can help the artists to build the 3D models. And NVIDIA actually is like a 显示卡, I don't know how to say that in English. It is a people, maybe you know that NVIDIA, yeah, because right now the crash down of the NFT, so also make the NVIDIA become quite cheap. So for the young artists, they can afford to buy the new equipment and also use this software to create that really incredible image. And this is the very, right now, kind of like a popular motion capture tools that young artists use right now. One is from Denmark, it's Rococo Soup. And another one is from Taiwan, is Vive. So, sorry, back to Mandarin. 那游戏引擎它如果连接到辅助的技术工具，可以整合视觉的即时渲染、空间音讯、人工智慧、使用者界面设计、物理模拟、动画和数据管理与即时使用者互动。那可以进一步的增强和虚拟现实硬体设备的整合，如沉浸式的技术、VR、AR、XR、云端计算和5G 的连接。游戏引擎不仅可以成为发展独立生态系统，那更可以成为建构先进的虚拟环境的界面，更可作为元宇宙的一个新兴的次宇宙。Sorry, now you can play the video.
게임 엔진은 보조 기술과
Game engines interact with users in the real time by managing and integrating visual rendering, spatial audio, artificial intelligence, user interface design, physical simulation, animation, and data through assistive technologies and connections to plugins and tools. In addition, immersive technologies such as VR, AR, XR, and cloud computing can be connected to 5G to maximize integration with virtual reality hardware devices, allowing game engines to evolve into independent ecosystems. They can also serve as an interface for building advanced virtual environments, may become an emerging sub-universe in the meta-universe.
The Yifan from Taiwan. And he is one of the most famous artists that use this kind of technology to create animation.
主要就是 focus 在怎么用游戏引擎的模式来制造就是动画或是所谓的录像的内容。对，那它其实有点像是一个比较后设去思考关于动画工具的工具这样子，就是我们怎么样利用新的工具，或者是艺术家创造自己的工具，然后利用那样的工具来产生就是更直觉生产动画的方式这样子。在 Chris 进驻的部分，它其实有分为研究跟开发两个部分。对啊，研究的话，其实它算是比较 focus 在早年就是90年代到2000年。
Vive, HTC Vive, and combined with the Unreal Engine, and so he is more like a puppy master, modern puppy master, to control the character that he creates. And actually, right now, because the living cost getting high, so the young artists right now more like they work like a small scale studio, and also like a one personal workstation. So they buy all they use the open source software and cheap equipment, so they can produce the animation just in front of their desk. So next is about so I think all these young artists is like a modern puppet. Sorry, 现代的超偶师 Sorry. I will give you 3 example, 3 young artists, and also include myself. Yeah. Okay. 那第一位是就是我们刚才看到的。
This is the video work of Lai Fan. This is Lai Fan's video work made in 2021. This one uses HTC Vive's mobile locator and controller, which, like a modern puppeteer, the operator's own informatized body is compared to a virtual avatar who is lost due to single internet information.
简单讲的话是怎么利用改造这个工具，然后让整个动画创作可以变成一种更直觉或是更无拘无束的一种创作方式。这样尴尬年代，旧势力还没消退，我的头是在淘宝上面买。
I think it's a very interesting situation right now. Is that all the young artists have their different workflow. So because they are like a just one person station, so each one have different workflow. Even though they use the same software, use the same equipment, but the way how they use this equipment is totally different. So now all these young artists is quite open-minded. They will also share their workflow as open source on the GitHub. So I think it is quite healthy and useful for the young artists to build the ecosystem by sharing, by talking, and by competition. Yeah. And sometimes they will like a competition. Which workflow is the best to cost the less of the energy or the less of the time, like to render the animation or to produce the unique image. Yeah, sorry. Okay, the next one. Yeah, the next one is my my artwork. 那我的作品以纸、沙子、蟑螂、海、漆、白蚁和细。
This is my work named Chair, Sandpaper, Cockroach, Sea, 7, Termites, and Banana, which is about a virtual avatar made by a meta-human creator that combines the characteristics of my father and me, myself, controlled by Rococo motion capture suit, was filmed while walking on a set created in a game engine. In addition, the daily life of my father, who was suffering from schizophrenia, was reborn as an informatized body through the description of 7 objects.
艺术家看到的是未来一些世界未知的一个比较混沌的一个局势。这一次的作品，你可以看到它不管它的组成或生产，好像用到一些新科技，譬如说 CGI 动画。当然，很多你可以说是游戏产业可以用到的，那么影视产业会用到的。艺术家这几年也又会使用到这样的一个新科技。 那么甚至会有一个我们说一个跨学科美学的一个呈现。
And the next one is another young collective called NAS Crop。那业所开发呢，他们是一个台湾的年轻团队。那他的作品 IDO 是一个沉浸式的可即时互动的录像。
This is Next Corp, developed by NASA. IDEA is an immersive video device that allows you to communicate in real time, creating a huge network-connected system with a game engine. This can give the viewer the illusion of walking in a virtual landscape where NPCs, virtual creatures, and spectators can join the system directly by cell phones or remote network to create a narrative together.
Actually, it's a little bit like an RPG online game, so the people can all get into this game, and there's lots of events, like a party, like a different kind of festival, just in this space. Yeah, and you can dance, you can fight, and you can create a new storyline. Okay. Okay, next. Centralized and nobody. Actually, initially I want to talk about the blockchain and the NFT, but now I'm not sure because I actually not really know about this topic. And also, it changed that so fast that actually I'm not able to understand what is really NFT are. But actually right now, yeah, Taiwan also have this kind of NFT like a mainstream. Lots of the new media artists that get involved into the NFT art scene. And right now the most popular is the Teizo. Teizo is also like yeah, so there's a very famous platform called Swap that use Tezos like to sell, to buy, yeah. And but for me, I would keep on kind of like positioning about the question what is NFT art. So maybe I think I can share with you there's a one Taiwanese artist that Shu Li Zheng that she collaborate with several writers, researchers, artists. So they publish a series of writings talking about NFT, because they think NFT right now is like a little bit like a bubble and very close to the market, and too close to the market can be like a very dangerous things. So they have a project called From Commons like to NFT, because they think that because actually the internet should be shared, should be open. But right now, the NFT like give us a very brand new idea and a brand new world that can be create something different. But it also have lots of we also have lots of questions about NFT. Does NFT the future, or does NFT the end of the market, or lots of questions. So I just want to share this link. So I think it's very worthy to read this series of articles. Yeah, and yeah, so thank you. And that's all my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentation delivered by the Huang Po-chi. Taipei Digital Art Center was introduced, and the projects working together with the new museum, as well as the current status of Taipei Digital Art Festival were introduced. He also talked a lot of interesting stuffs on games, and a new form invented by hacking culture. And he later showed something utilizing Unreal and HTC Vive engines, how young artists are creating ecosystems utilizing these tools. And also he showed us various examples of artworks, including his own artworks. So it was great to see his own artworks. So the media art here was not utilized in a rigid way. So media art can be used as kind of a catalyst to expand our digital ecosystem. So now we'd like to have a Q&A session, the last part of session 1.
First, let me introduce the two discussants who will be participating in this discussion time. And then first two discussants provide their comments, and then we will be joined by all the presenters. And I will introduce the two discussants, and the first person, Iggy Mu, the curator from Asia Culture Center, and another discussant is Shin Chun-sung, professor of Graduate School of Culture at the Seongnam National University. And the keynote speaker and the two presenters, please come forward and have a seat on the stage.
자, 바로 이어
So why don't we continue with the discussion time? After discussion, the lunch will be followed. And so please be with us during this discussion time too. And now I would like to invite the Lee Ki-mo, the curator from the Asia Culture Center, and she will provide the comment and the questions related to the first presentation. And hello everyone, I'd like to see you. And I am the chief curator from the Asia Culture Center, and I would like to provide a comment to Lee Soo-young's presentation. And thank you so much for your presentation. And first, I wanted to look at what Baek Nam-jun wrote about the media environment. And Baek Nam-jun Paul Balletti talked about the social status and the situation in the 1930s, and Baek Nam-jun also mentioned this in the, his comments about media environment. And Paul Balletti said that the young people in the 1930s have a wealthier life than those who led a noble life in the early days. And Baek Nam-jun said that those young people who live in the underdeveloped area in the 1980s maybe have more prosperous and richer media environment than those who live in the 1930s. So he thought that the Baek Nam-jun, the media environment in the 1980s is much better than the 1930s. And now, 50 years later, if we look at the current situation, the media environment of today is much better than the 1930s and the 1980s, and we are actually bombarded with the visual images and that lead to a lot of exchanges among people, and this is the situation that we are facing. And the artist Baek Nam-jun have created a lot of works, artworks, and reports, and he also wrote a lot of letters and essays as well. And when we look at them, I have the feeling that he is a kind of a prophecy, and many things he predicted are being realized nowadays, and the TV, Blu-ray, DVD, and now we are living in the OTT market, and we are having a lot of changes like NFT, IoT under the theme of fourth industrial revolution, even the metaverse. And all these have been kind of expected or they predicted by artist Baek Nam-jun. If we see the comments and the artworks of Baek Nam-jun. He mentioned many of them, and what's more surprising is that his prediction is turning into reality. And Baek Nam-jun focused on the practice and the actions, and Lee Soo-young mentioned this during the presentation, and he used a video synthesizer to allow people, anyone, to make and edit the video programs. And video synthesizer was used in the making his artwork as well. And in the participation TV, Baek Nam-jun showed that TV is not just a one-way information delivery medium, that it could be a two-way communication tool that can engage the participation of the audience. And he tried and experimented this in his work. And when we think about the current environment, so we face a lot of challenges as well, especially from the 2019. And the first prize went to Lithuania in the Venice Biennale, and since then, in the 2019 was the year that showed a lot of exhibitions about the history of humanity. And since then, we went through the pandemic, and then the environment and the Anthropocene, and these have become the main themes. And current under this situation, that we have to think about the communication and the impact that we can have from the media. So the current situation led us to think of the changes in the media environment. So based on this background, I would like to ask two questions to the presenter, Lee Soo-young. My first question is that the media itself has become an environment. The media has become the part of our daily life. And when the media has become an environment that is closer to us, we have to think about the relation between the virtual and the real space. And still, there are certain gap between the virtual and the real space. So how can we strike a balance between the ecological environment of the virtual space and the real space through the interrelationship? So we are now exposed to media environments, and how can we strike the balance under this situation? That is my question. So I would like to ask if there are any cases in Baek Nam-jun's art world that dealt with the issue of the gap between the virtual and the real world, and is there any work that he mentioned about his effort to reduce this gap? And this is my first question. And my second question is that I understand that since the opening, Baek Nam-jun Arts Center has played an important role in the discovering and the supporting the present and the future of Korean media arts, and it has been active in the international exchanges as well. And so my question is that if you can share an exhibition or artist work that turn the issue of the media ecosystem, reflecting Baek Nam-jun's artwork into the 21st century value. If you can share a few artist work, that will be greatly appreciated. And thank you for your comments. And the question is a quite in-depth question. And curator Lee Soo-young, can you provide the answers? Yes, let me. I think the comment was more interesting than my presentation. Thank you so much for your comments and the 2 questions. And let me provide the answer to the first question. And you mentioned about the gap between the virtual and the real world. Did the Baek Nam-jun talked about this, and you mentioned about the porous interrelationship, and what I thought first is about his first solo exhibitions in the 1963, and he installed TV, 13 of them. And he made internal the manipulation of the TV, and he made the TVs, each of them showing different images. So 13 different images from the TVs. So I shared some of the footages during the presentation, and the image has the distortion of the wave, and to Baek Nam-jun, I believe that the different images represent the different 13 times that he interprets in his work. And Baek Nam-jun, when he looked into the linear time flow from the past, present to the future, that is the recognition by the general public, but Baek Nam-jun wanted to pose a question to the linear concept of time. So he made the distorted image to represent the non-linear flow of time. Starting with his video art in the 1963 to Random Access. He wrote in the 1980s, and Baek Nam-jun wrote that I'm living in the New York, and I am so not that wealthy, and he wondered why he started his career as a video art, and he said that video art is something that we can replay and undo, but the people cannot do that. So what he wrote, but still he tried to make some video works that shows different non-linear flow of time. And your question reminded me about the Mus by Mus. And Mus is a dancer, contemporary dancer, and they're working on the water, and it is some thing like very the mundane walking, but it could be a artistic image, and it looked like as if the Jesus is walking on the water. So with the video, we can experience the virtual world. And another one is Ellen's complaint and this word. And Ellen and the dead father talk to each other and complain. And Baek Nam-jun thought the video is the media that can deal with death, even death. So I believe that Baek Nam-jun dealt with the virtual space in his work. And I will explain further about TV cartoon. And there are a lot of gardens, as well as the monitors, and the world that is depicted by the work is that, and the dances and the cultures are all embedded, and the world becomes one in this world. This is a kind of a virtual world, and this image are in harmony with the plants. And we put a lot of effort in watering and the growing these plants, and the plants should be outside to grow, but we have to keep them in the museum. So a lot of efforts put into place to keep the plants in the TV garden, and this work shows it's quite difficult, at the same time the pleasant thing to coexist between the technology, media, and the nature. And so, but it requires material things, the electricity and the water and something like that. And all these elements are embedded together in Baek Namjoon's artwork. I hope that this answers to your question. Thank you for the responses, and I agree with what you just told us. And I briefly worked at the Baek Namjoon Art Center too, so I know that you work so hard to research Baek Namjoon's work, and Baek Namjoon also dealt with the gap between the virtual and the real world. So I understand that and agree with what you just told us. And so, can you answer my second question then? I think the second question is a more difficult one to answer, and so I talked about social and the environmental eco-philosophy during my presentation, and this is also touches some the mind and the spirit side of it too. When we think about the social and the environmental things, the modern media artists have given a lot of thoughts to the ecosystem of the media, social and the environmental. And I would like to share some works from the Better New Days in relation to social, the eco-philosophy. And this is a very young group of artists from Korea. And we invited them to recent exhibition, and what they do is quite simple. And the truck drivers drive their trucks watching the, following the GPS, and they travel quite a long distance. And so the camera is installed in front of them, and the drivers drive for long hours and hours, and that is taped in video. So the real world is in the video, in their world, and a lot of issues and challenges are embedded in the video. So the drivers are the ones who are responsible in the logistics, but they consume a lot of oils and energies. And what is the role that the truck drivers have in our society? And sometimes the drivers go on strike because their work is so challenging. They want their rights to be respected. So sometimes they go on a strike, and their video work contains all of this. And it is shown to us just like live footage. And when I see their work, I thought that the young artists today understand the challenges that Baek Namjoon want to address, and also focused on the relations that the humans have with media. So it was a quite inspiring work that I want to share with you today. And after listening to your answer, some that came to my mind, that is, Baek Namjoon made many predictions that is now being realized in today's world, and I believe that if Baek Namjoon have lived now, that probably Baek Namjoon said that in probably 1977, he made the LP music, and I think that work came to my mind while listening to the answers by Lee-Seung. Thank you so much for your discussion. And the first question was about the gap between the physical space and the real world. And the answer was quite interesting to hear. And we can discuss the gap, the chasm between the two from the many different angles. And Lee-Seung said that so Baek Nam-jun thought the video medium as something that can address death, and it was quite the interesting point. Then now I would like to mention about the work that appeared in Hwang Po-chi's presentation. His work showed that the avatar, that is the combination of the artist and his dead father. And so now moving on to the next discussant, and please provide the comments, Mr. Shin Chun-sung.
As discussed just before, those experiments done by the video artist Baek Nam-jun is still continuing. Ecosystem is the topic of today's forum. Smartphones and internet and various other technological equipment are being utilized and used for communication with art. In terms of AI, so we can easily accept artificial intelligence, VR, AR, and NFTs. As mentioned by keynote speech, she was talking about NFTs, photographs, and the videos, and the AI, and even NFTs. So video art is continuously advanced. So there are lots of pros and cons of these technologies, but there are only limited ways of communications, because there are some industrial issues, because we are approaching what kind of values there are for industries. So we need to address those issues as well. And Mr. Hwang Po-chi gave us a presentation that was very impressive. So it was more like a spatial media art, utilizing space for media art. That is going to be another step forward, I think. So that sort of digital technologies will be continuously advanced, I believe. AI picture. So in the past, human beings drew media art, but these days AI can make media art. And people say that AI media art is even better than human-made art. So when we compete with AI, human beings could become losers. And for NFTs, yes, it is controversial to verify authenticity of artwork. That is the right to the artist, and they can contribute to the distribution and trading of the art. But there have been lots of accidents, like illegal reproduction, and NFT ownerships and copyrights are often controversial. So there should be more ways for the artist to utilize NFTs more actively. So the media art could be 2D or 3D, or even could be spatial. How well we are understanding and utilizing NFT, which is one of our thinking points. So this question goes to the Lee Sang-mi. Can we utilize them actively in media art? That is my question to Lee Sang-mi, and this is question to Hwang Po-chi. In 3D space, VR, mixed reality, it is very impressive to realize media art in this virtual space. But is it possible for many people to be involved in creative activities in this virtual space? Because we recognize this as a digital space. So when there are more technological challenges, how media art can contribute to the creation of digital ecosystems? And Gwangju is media art city. And another question is, do you think of any ways to involve citizens in creating media art ecosystems? Actually, the Shin Chun-sung asked 3 questions. The first question goes to Lee Sang-mi, director Lee Sang-mi, and the second and third questions go to Hwang Po-chi. The first one is about the utilization of NFT's value. And the second question was about, as mentioned by the presentation, Unreal Engine and vibes are often utilized by artists. But from the perspective of general people, there could be entry barrier for a media art from the perspective of a general public. So he asked question about those the entry barriers for citizens. And the third question is how to expand this media art with more involvement of citizens. So I'd like to hear from Lee Sang-mi about the first question. Yes, for the first question, we think a lot about that. And that applies to every art area, because the first question is regarding value or valuation of art. So in my opinion, they have aesthetic values in real life. That is the value of art. But the value of NFT art, yes, that is virtual reality, not real, not in reality. But they can be met in the metaverse. How to utilize those values and how well they are being utilized? Well, I'm not really sure because we are still at deception in the initial phase, so I'm not really sure, but many artists are exploring solutions. But I think the value is still maintained. Art could be great, magnificent, but sometimes not so that. So as long as art value can be recognized by the public, regardless whether it is reality or a virtual space, it does not matter. When I spoke in my keynote speech, media art is a kind of very broad category. So NFTs are not limitations. Of course, they are often referred to as tokens in blockchain or the cryptocurrency. So people worry about the speculations when they talk about NFTs. Yes, so there are some problems and we recognize that. Books can be easily reproduced. It does not necessarily mean that the value of books will be undermined. So NFT art could be one of the art and one of the technologies. And the value can be further expanded with NFT. I'm not really sure whether I answered your question. We are in the initial phase, so there will be lots of possibilities and limitations that will be questions. So we need to work together with artists and citizens. And the second question, Mr. Hwang Po-chi, are you ready to answer the second question?
I hope I can understand your question. If I misunderstanding, please just maybe translate help. No, not now. Later. Okay. For the first question, I think that now everyone actually get involved into the virtual reality, and I also wondering, do we still have reality? Because everything that we send a message and photos share our everyday life is actually through the social media. So I think everyone already get involved. Just people know it or not, just realize it or not. And also I think for the all these software, such as Unreal Engine and the Unity, the way they create all these stuff, I think will be more easier and easier. And until now, you maybe just one button, you can create the animation. And right now, actually, there's some very easy, some very cheap motion capture device and software. You just need to doing the recording, that you can directly transform, become a avatar. And also all these VR device will be cheaper, I think, because right now I saw there's one VR mask. Now they have the eye tracking function. So before that, people wear the VR mask, easy to get dizzy because there's no eye tracking function. So right now, it will, if we have eye tracking function, it will easier for the generally people that to get involved and also to use all these device. And another thing I think for the like motion capture equipment now, so for the past maybe 10 years ago, you need to buy a suit and you need to set up lots of camera everywhere and also lots of wires. Right now, just maybe 5 years, then you can just wear a suit or just put on like a maybe free equipment, then you can easily do the motion capture. I think maybe 5 years later, it will become just like a coin size. So you can just maybe just like a sticker. So you put, and then you use your cell phone, and you can create. So I think you still need time, and the time, actually people forgot the time, and we already get involved a lot, and deep, and don't know how to get out, how to escape. I think that's the problem, that we forgot to escape from the virtual reality. So forgot the reality. Thank you.
사실은 아까 이제 그 발표해 주실 때
So you talked about Unreal Engines and the HTC Vives. And they are becoming more accessible these days. And the cost of equipment is getting lower and lower as well. When artists utilized the media equipment, and now there are so many differences, and as time passes by, lots of problems will be addressed. And sometimes this environment could become one of limitations for our lives. So what about the third question? Who is going to be the right person to answer this question? So I think the panel discussant wanted to have the open forum to involve audience. In 2018, Gwangju Media Art Festival was held, and I was working as a director. So I did not come to the Gwangju often in the meantime, and I arrived at Gwangju late last night. So I looked around downtown. I did not look around ACC, downtown, or digital media platform, but I took a very brave walk, and I found many media art gardens here and there. Media facade and project mapping have been applied to our environment. That is very fantastic and surprising on one side, but on the other side, there are the gaps to our real life. So I looked at Media Art Garden in downtown Gwangju, but I felt the harmony with our daily lives of Gwangju. When I was director of Gwangju Media Art Festival, I was in a radio program, And I told that Gwangju citizens need to be proud of Gwangju City because Gwangju has been chosen as media art, the UNESCO Media Art Creative City. And it keeps exploring in various ways. So citizens should be proud of themselves. And media art can be part of their daily lives. If that is recognized, there could be a regional hub, and that could become Gwangju. You may have different opinions, of course. So if anyone is willing to be involved in these discussions, please go ahead. And this is going to be our last discussion topic. Okay, over there. Hello, everyone. I am Lee Seung-kwan, professor of Chosun University. So I am studying humanities and having interest in post-humanity. We have been talking about NFTs and value of NFTs. I have a question to you. So you are technicians or artists, so you may think differently from me. So can we find some sort of the aura of Benjamin in media art as well? Yes, there were similar attempts in the media art, and some papers were released regarding aura in media art. So maybe Lee Sang-min or others, would you like to make some comment regarding this? Okay, to my knowledge, the aura of the existing art or the presence is the value of art. That is one of the elements we evaluate art. So NFTs are sometimes underestimated. That is because of aura. So as mentioned by moderator, in order to provide more value to NFTs, we are doing a research continuously. But that, in my opinion, this is not a repetition of our existing knowledge. This is going to be a brand new knowledge, just like the Baeknamjun Beauty Villa have done. NFT values are going to be a new concept of aura. The concept of aura, to think about the concept of aura, we need to consider authenticity. And NFT technologies, as mentioned by Lee Sang-min, that is utilizing blockchain technologies to prevent illegal reproduction. So the possibility of reproduction is one of the worries for digital art. So the NFT is kind of a technological protocol to protect ownership rights. In that sense, so there is a technological background to protect aura for digital NFTs already. But the problem is about the fixed direction in a unilateral way, and the aura is, the value is represented only in commercial way. So we have to think about more desirable approaches and directions for NFT arts. Many artists and researchers are doing research on the value of NFTs already. So any further questions?
So time is almost up. Mr. Shin Chun-sung asked the question how to engage the citizens to make Gwangju as the leading the media art city of the creative cities. And media art, when it is embedded in the daily life of citizens, this ambition can be realized. And as a person leading the GMAP, I believe that the GMAP has a lot to do in making that real. And in the second session, we will have 5 cities case studies. So the answer to the third question that can be answered in the session 2 of today's forum. And if you want to know the answer to the third question, please be with us in the session 2 and get the hint of the answer. That was something that I was preparing to make as a comment. So I think my thought was in sync with the director of GMAP, and I believe that GMAP can make a big role and a contribution in making citizen-led media arts. And in the second session, we will learn about what other media art creative cities are doing to be the leader and make creativity as media art creative cities. So we will learn a lot in the second session too. And I would like to close this session here. Thank you so much for your participation today, for the comments and the questions. Thank you so much, everyone, for your participation in the session 1. The presenters, the panelists, and the moderators, thank you so much. And also, thank you so much for the interpretation too.
점심 맛있게 드셨습니까?
Did you enjoy lunch? I'd like to ask for your understanding. Session 2, case presentations. And actually the presenters they're looking at the exhibition of Park Sang-hwa and they are having a great time. So we are going to begin session 2 as soon as our presenters arrive. Thank you.
잠시 후 세션
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin session 2, the case presentations of 5 UNESCO creative cities of media arts. Soon, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
기다리게 해서 죄송합니다. 지금부터는
Thank you very much for your patience. And now we'd like to begin the case presentations of 5 UNESCO Creative Cities of Media Art. This morning in session 1, we had discussions under the theme of transformation of digital ecosystems and their future. At the end of discussion session, we had discussions on what kind of plans we need to have for Gwangju to become a media art city. So to get the answer for that question, we need to have more active discussions. And it's going to be a long time as well for session 2. Please stay until the end. So let me introduce our presenters of session 2. When I call your name, please stand up. First of all, we have Joana Miranda, Executive Director of Braga Media Arts of Portugal. And next, we are also joined by Michael Holarki, Director of Creative Industry Košice, Slovakia. Thank you very much. And this is Chair City. We have Dominique Roland, Director of Centre d'Art Anguin-les-Bains, France. We have Mark Carlin, Head of Programs at Medially, United Kingdom. And lastly, we are joined by Laura Odegaard, Cultural Investment Program Manager of the City of Austin Economic Development Department. And this is our moderator of session 2, Lee Seung-Kwan, Professor of Cultural Studies Department at Chosun University.
Hello everyone, I am Lee Seung-Kwan from the Chosun National University as introduced. And from the recognition of the Gwangju as the media city of the creative city, I was involved in this project and the designation, so I am really glad to see this forum to be hosted by Gwangju, and we are making small baby step changes, but sometimes we feel the frustration too, because we want to have a big change and the development of the media arts, but Gwangju is the first city to be recognized as the media city, creative city. So if we do well, then we can have positive impact on the other cities. So we would like to have your continuous support for Gwangju's journey as the creative city. And in session 1, we talked about the transformation of digital ecosystem and their future. And today in the session 2, we will hear the case studies of 5 countries. And let us start with the first case from the Portugal. And Braga, please welcome the presenter from the Portugal with a big hand.
Hi, hello everybody. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the organization of the 2022 UNESCO Creative Cities of Media Arts Network Global Forum. And thank you for inviting Braga to share its experience, and especially to learn from you and the other dear partners. This is the true spirit of being a member of the UNESCO Creative Cities Network. So, day by day, we build all of our program together with partners from the city and the regional ecosystem, like universities and research centers, schools, cultural institutions, private companies, artists and creatives, and a lot of other ones. But also with our partners from the UCCN, the UNESCO Creative Cities Network, cities that embrace the same goals and the same endeavors. So let me now tell you a little bit about, this is our, the day-by-day building thing. I forgot to show you something, okay. So let me now tell you a bit about the city of Braga. Braga is a medium-sized city in the north of Portugal.
Organizations has gone through the program. Košice Artistic Residency Program has been developed back in 2011. It was part of European Capital of Culture, and today it runs as an independent organization. Since 2011, over 140 artists from various disciplines, but primarily visual arts and media arts, traveled from and to Košice. Košice Artists in Residency has been independent since 2016, and we as an organization produce media arts residencies together with them since 2017, when we became UNESCO Creative City in Media Arts. As I said, Košice is a member of UNESCO Creative Cities Network since 2017, and it was one of the logical steps for the city on our journey of culture-led development. Since 2007, two main initiatives developed in the city. Thanks to ECOC, European Capital of Culture, the culture and creativity developed. And thanks to IT cluster, called IT Valley Digital Companies, started to cluster and getting together in Košice. We understand media arts as an umbrella topic to meet the both sectors. The connection between arts, culture, science, and technology is an excellent platform for innovation and for the other sectors like health, transportation, business, and urban development. In this connection, we see Košice and its competitive advantage for the future. Art and Tech Festival is a flagship initiative in a program connected to UNESCO Media Arts activities our organization delivers in the city. It is an almost a week-long festival organized annually in the last week of November. It combines arts, design, science, and technology in different formats, addressing different topics yearly. In previous years, it was topics like artificial intelligence, machine learning, language, human responsibility, and for this year we are going to explore the topic of change. The festival has many different formats: workshops, performances, exhibitions, masterclasses, and the highlight of the festival is a conference with the top international speakers. Innovation is a critical element for our organization, and we would like to bring and introduce it in our city. With Project Košice 2.0, we were successful and selected among 222 international projects from all over Europe to deliver innovative project within the scope of urban development. Founded by Urban Innovative Action Program Košice 2.0, uses media arts and artistic interventions as a critical research and communication tools. The project's overall goal is to increase the citizens' well-being by improving the quality of services city is providing. It is collaboration of 9 partners, creating an innovation ecosystem. The center of the project is the Citizen Experience and Wellbeing Institute, a research and analytical unit in our organization in 3 domains: service design, research, and public space. Project is complex and introduces many innovative practices for the city. In addition, we run educational programs for the municipality and citizens. The university introduces new study programs in urban data visualization and data analysis. The project supports communities on different levels, from the physical infrastructure, event, meetups, awareness campaigns. We also explore how to connect city, startup, and business using acceleration programs and hackathons. We support communities with the grant programs for civic innovation, or run workshops for artists and design sprints as a tool for promoting and prototyping the ideas that address cities' challenges. The project has been successful so far, and the UIA, Urban Innovative Actions, selected it as one of the 12 best practices of integrated territorial development. The last initiative I would like to introduce and bring forward is a recent success we've been part of. EU, under the umbrella of Horizon program, some of you might be aware of, but it's pretty European stuff, runs European Institute for Innovation and Technology, which introduces a specific program for large innovation partnerships called Knowledge and Innovation Communities. Since 2010, 8 of them have started in different fields like climate, health, digital, food, or mobility. And this year, culture and creativity has become a part of family. The project scope is significant. It starts with 50 members from all around Europe and grow over 200 within the range of the project lifecycle, which is 15 years. The main goal of the project is to foster innovation within the CCIs, which is culture creative industries, and how culture creative industries could help to innovate and cross-fertilize other sectors. The so-called innovation triangle is the key narrative and stands for the connection between education, research, and business. As creative industries, we have two main roles in the project. One is the partner of a consortia to deliver innovation projects in a partnership, and the second is to establish so-called collocation center, one of the 6 responsible for running programs and innovation calls in the broader region. In our case, CLC East covers a great part of Eastern Europe. It's Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, and Ukraine as well. So, Creative Industry Košice runs many other programs. This was just a selection of the few projects and initiatives we run in Košice to keep the momentum we gained in 2013 and keep working and looking towards the new horizons. Thank you very much and happy for your questions.
수고하셨습니다. 코시체는
Thank you very much for your presentation. The Košice is famous for the residency program. It is regarded important. And also the European Capital of Culture program is being run based upon which media art creative city. It has become a creative city of media art.
And so now I will invite the representative of Angien Reveng, the second after Lyon in France. And Angien Reveng is a quite successful media city in the creative city network. And please welcome Dominic with a big hand. And I am the translator. I will be translating the Dominique Volant's presentation. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for hosting today's global forum. Thank you so much for your effort to put into this wonderful event. Before I start today's presentation, I would like to introduce Greg Obnagor and the deputy mayor of our city. So let me start my presentation. And Angien Reveng, the city, starting from the 2002, has been active as a member of UCCN. Above all, the decision to apply for the UCCN is to promotes creativity and the creative industry at the center of city development. So international cooperation is one of the most important goals of our city, and the UCC and that designation is on the extension of it. In July this year, we had a meeting with many of you who are already participating at this forum. And the reason that we are very active in the UCCN activity is to focus on the planning and the establishment of a media art project. So I will make a presentation about Dangin River, and we are known as the thermal water city. So we have been very renowned as a tourist attraction, and based on this, we are building the ecosystem, digital ecosystem. For digital ecosystem, we have 5 objectives. So let me first touch upon economy, and we have 8 specific goals. And it's about industry innovation and the lead the development of the economy. And the second pillar is about education, and we have 4 goals, and the vocational training and the general training, and we focus on the vocational training too, and we want to contribute to creation of jobs, especially in digital effects. And the third pillar of the ecosystem is art creation. And this is related to SDG 11, which is about the community activities. And another pillars is international event and the networking, and which are related to the SDG 17. And for SDG 17, we want to emphasize the characteristics of France that set us apart from others. Numeric Lab is an incubator for the innovative startups, and it is related to SDG 9 and 8, and we host exhibitions in a numeric lab, and so we promote collaboration with a wider region. So we support the startup for 2 years. We provide artistic and legal and the other supports to them. Startups deal with many things like AI, autonomous driving, VR, and we are supporting startups engaged in many different fields. So one of the startups supported through Numerical Lab is Skip the Project, and the project used the book that is not in use anymore, and that sends the signals to the map. And this project is led by one of the startups that we support through Numerical Lab program. So all the books that are not used in the libraries are posing challenges. So this project used these unused books, and this also contribute to the preservation of the environment too. Let me introduce another project. And I already told you that our city is famous for the thermal water, and So one project is about the technology that allows the people to hear the audible sound that flows under the ground. So the picture shows that it's just something like a vacation building, but this is a training institution, and which has been recognized as the best in the digital effect. In case of digital special effects, it requires a lot of attention and training. So this academy nurtures people who will be working in this highly trained digital effect. So now let me introduce the CDA, which was opened in 2002, and we aim for a transdisciplinary center for creation and dissemination in visual arts, music, cinema, and performing art, and has been recognized as the stage of national interest by the Ministry of Culture in the category of art creation for digital writing and the performing arts. CDA is engaged in the transdisciplinary genres of arts, including films and music. Act 2 said that if there is no place for art, then the CDA will provide the place for arts. CDA also have 14 artistic residency programs, and this is more than just a residency program. That we include creativity and research activities. So it's more than the residency program. So we pay attention to the scientific environment too. I'm not sure the Mr. Huang is still here, and we also provide residency in the field of robotic and the AI as well.
coopération.
So we put the top priority on the networking, and we have the network in the region and in the wider region too. And internationally, we have networking with Japan, and recently we have developed a very close relationship with the universities. And lastly, what I want to emphasize on this slide is that Nabi Center and the Gwangju, with which I have formed a long-term relationship as partner. So, about the networking activities, we have collaboration project with Karlsruhe, and the Asia of Life-like behavior is the case in point. And with the Gwangju, we had the collaboration project Prangtan the Perfume. The third project, Interactive Banquet, has attracted 250 people with the Artist Center Nabi, and the chairman participated in this project from the Korea side. So it was a quite interesting project. And imaginary mapping is the collaboration we had with Praga. And our activities are not just for the artists and the creators, and it is aiming the young people to intrigue their interest in the arts and culture. The last project that I would like to introduce is a data series that we have done with Austin, York, and Dakar. And all the project components are not isolated, and all these projects are connected within the UCCN. Now I would like to introduce two international festivals that shows the networking activities. The first festival I want to introduce is a PIDS, PIDS, and every January, and it is called the Paris Image Data Summit, and this is about the special effects festival in the film. And so I want to introduce one of the pioneer in special effects who was involved in the Avatar. And Bank is another international festival that I want to introduce, and this is one of the biggest stages on the lake in Europe. And it reminds the image of a quiet morning nation like Korea. And this festival will be held in June next year, so I would like to invite all of you to this festival. And digital arts, SDG related activities are under preparation for this international festival. Prague will be hosting the UCC and the annual conference in 2024, and that will conclude my presentation. Thank you. And the presenter provided the presentation a bit of the handout that's already given to us. So as you heard, Angenrebenk is old city which sits outside the Paris, about 1 hour drive from Paris, and it is well known for the thermal water, and it is home to a large lake and a casino too. So when you visit Angenrebenk, you should be prepared to spend a lot of money, and they are hosting a festival next year, so please visit there if you have a chance. And now let me introduce Mark Collin.
My name is Mark Carlin, and I'm the head of programs at Midiale, which is a digital arts organization in York in the northeast of England. And I'm going to talk through a few of the projects and spotlight some of the artists that we've been working with. Next slide, please. So Midiale was originally founded as a biennial media arts festival, which was to celebrate the city's UNESCO Creative City designation. In 2018, we launched our first festival, which was a 10-day program of music, visual arts, dance, sculpture, immersive theatre, and much, much more. It featured the work of artists specializing in creating at the cross-section of technology and art. And if we go to the next slide, we'll have a short 2-minute video to give you a taster of what it felt like. If you could play, please.
A dream for hard-working families.
No name, unknown, drowned in the Oder River near Frankfurt, reportedly trying to cross Polish-German border. No names, unknown.
Thank you. Next slide. So following the success of that 2018 festival, we plotted towards an even better and more ambitious program in 2020. And as part of that, our work started to focus on longer-term artist development. We started to partner with city institutions like the University of York to create greater opportunity and ambition for digital arts in the region. And then the COVID-19 pandemic hit and our direction changed. Next slide. Despite that turmoil and disruption that were felt all across the world, we still managed to present a hybrid festival that featured 4 brand new commissions. The first was called Absent Sitter, which you see on the screen, which was an audio-visual online performance by musician Gazelle Twin and artist Kit Monkman that questioned the very nature and dynamics of the live performance itself. Next slide. The second was People We Love, which was a digital installation by the creative collective KMA, who are from York, that examined the invisible transaction between a person, a piece of art, and that emotion which bonds us all, love. We hosted Human Nature, which was a major group show of digital art featuring work by artists Rachel Goodyear, Kelly Richardson, and Marshmallow Laser Feast, whose work you can see on the screen. Next slide. And finally, we commissioned and developed Good Neighbours. This was a digitally enhanced walking documentary through the streets of York, created by the Amsterdam studio Effect Lab and York-based performance artist Lydia Cottrell, and it used WhatsApp as an interactive storytelling tool. The experiences of producing the festival during the pandemic were profound, however. The time away from constant delivery and a shift in focus to a deeper engagement with a smaller number of artists and projects fundamentally started to show us where the role of Midiale lay. And that was the ability to work with artists and partners to create previously unimagined opportunities and possibilities. The second was the ability to work with artists with a long-term vision and strategy in mind, which in a festival cycle isn't possible. And finally, the ability to foreground the role of the artist at the cross-section of digital technologies, and understanding that these are often the people who have the real potential to unlock positive and equitable versions of the future. So the course of that 18-month period changed us from a festival-centric organization into one that was now working year-round. All that means that the Midiale of 2022 is now an international media arts agency We deliver careful, long-term interventions and holistic artist development while still producing high-profile art events that stimulate new thinking. Through incorporating technologies into their works, the artists we work with bridge the gap between the traditional and the new. They challenge and inspire. We work alongside artists, building trust through our actions and not just our words, to create lasting relationships, collaborations, partnerships with those who share and champion our values. To give you an idea of the span of the type of projects we now work on, I'm going to introduce a couple of short videos. The first is of Observations on Being, which is a series of thought-provoking and immersive audiovisual art installations. These challenge our ideas of life and death, and they examine our symbiotic relationship with nature. This was created by the artist group Marshmallow Laser Feast, and it built on the work that we did for the 2020 festival with them. This, though, was created with a host of others, including the musician Suzanne Ciani, the writer Daisy Lafarge, and author Merlin Sheldrake. And the work debuted at the 2021 UK City of Culture in Coventry. And if you'd like to play the video, please.
Where do you draw a line around your body? Is it possible to say where you end and begin? Through the senses, we are threaded into this entanglement with everything around us. All you need to do is follow the current.
We've been working with the artists to develop new iterations of the Observations on Being project. We're really excited to see where it'll go next. And this is one that we're really actively seeking international partners, and we'd love to talk to any of you next about staging a version of it. Next slide, please. And as well as working with established media artists, our commitment to talent development is also paramount. Next slide, please. This is perhaps best illustrated by the Immersive Assembly, which is a multidisciplinary virtual residency bringing together an international cohort of artists and technologists. Immersive Assembly Volume 1 was born last year in 2021, and it brought together 9 emerging practitioners from Argentina, China, Ghana, Mexico, United Kingdom, and Zimbabwe. They embarked on a 3-month online residency, which was there to support with new ideas for immersive experiences around the themes of ritual and connections. The group worked intensively together across time zones with structured support from mentors and experts done via lectures, talks, and workshops. I'll keep it on that side, sorry. You can see all of the ideas and concepts that they had on our website at mediale.org.uk. And the slide that was just passed was a particular favourite of mine, which was a concept developed by UK artists Anna West and David Callanan, along with Zimbabwe's Joshua Chiandiza, Francis Young from China, and Florencia Churchi from Argentina. And they developed a concept for an immersive installation for a stone, light, and sound work that built on the ideas of the Zimbabwean gathering of Bira. It's a wonderful concept. It exists only in the mind and in workbooks, but it's one that we'd love to see to come to life in the future. The success of Immersive Assembly Volume 1 led us directly to Immersive Assembly Volume 2. And this is a pilot program that we've been developing with our fellow UNESCO City of Media Art in Viborg in Denmark. This is now a hybrid residency program with online and in-person collaboration that brings together 4 UK and 2 Danish artists and studios to learn, share, network, and ultimately play. So it's taken place over an extended 6-month period as well, as opposed to 3, and it's been supporting the artists and collaborating and creating new concepts and prototypes, which the first of the prototypes just showcased at the Viborg Animation Festival just last week. And if we go to the next slides, there's a short video of what happened when the group came together for the first time in York, which was back in March. If you play, please.
So we're here today welcoming the UK and Danish artists who've been selected to be part of Immersive Assembly Volume 2, which is focused around bodies and geometry. So they'll be collaborating over the next 6 months, making new immersive artworks.
So I'm Philip Piaget.
My name is Rosie Fuller.
I'm Aaron.
I'm Homera Imtiaz.
My name is Davide Giraldini.
I'm Lydia Cottrell, and for me one of the most exciting things is collaboration actually, and meeting new people that you would never normally get to work with.
Collaborating with a UK artist is something that I find very interesting. It's a great opportunity to meet people and be inspired by all the other different practices that other participants have.
Just seeing how other people use their tech for their craft and how they interact with it.
And learning these new skills.
What our artists, UK and Danish, can do together, it's really promising.
I'm most excited to see what comes from this and just how the artists can really take their career to the next level.
So we're already in the process of developing ideas for Immersive Assembly 3, and that's something that we'd love to talk to you about, your respective cities and the artists in your region, and how we could help develop creative practice across the regions. Next slide, please. And it's not just Mediale that have been bringing the UNESCO Creative Cities agenda to life in York. We've been surrounded and supported by amazing initiatives and organisations such as our Guild of Media Arts. The Guild's the lifelong custodian of UNESCO's Media Arts designation in York, and it's the forum through which connection, networking and skills development happens in the city. We partner with the Guild in numerous initiatives and events to bring media arts to the fore of cultural life in the northeast of England. And born out of the University of York, XR Stories supports research and development for companies working at the cutting edge of digital technologies in the region. They do this through a program of funding, research collaboration, and they connect companies that are championing a new future in storytelling. They've been absolutely instrumental to us in creating projects such as Apps Consider that you've seen, and the Immersive Assembly. And finally, the Digital Creativity Labs is another University of York spin-off project that's helping pioneer new research angles, partner collaboration, and tackles challenges across technology-driven creative practice. And I'd like to leave you today with a short video about the People We Love project that we also developed through the 2020 festival. The project has since then toured to Pittsburgh in the USA, and it's just recently been to Viborg with the Immersive Assembly. It's another project that we'd love to see going to more places in the world, so let's talk about that. If you'd like to play.
Welcome, and thank you for sharing the person you love with us. Before we begin, let's make sure you are comfortable and that your mind is free of distractions. In front of you is the photograph you brought and the camera. Note where they are. Now close your eyes. Eyes closed, let's find a stillness. This is a silent experience. You will only imagine conversation. Let's enjoy this silence a moment. Are you ready to begin?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. So York has introduced various the projects. I believe there was a program utilizing City Hall, but it wasn't. And next, I'd like to introduce the U.S. presenter to hear the case presentation of Austin.
Hello. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with you all today. My name is Laura Odegaard, and I'm representing the City of Austin's Economic Development Department. As an international city, seen here, Austin, celebrated for its multidisciplinary experiences and innovations in the field of art and technology, Austin is pleased to be a UNESCO Creative City of Media Arts since 2015. I'll give just a brief overview about how some of our various creative industries and projects contribute to both our economic strategies and our UNESCO designation. Once I learn how to use the clicker. So in Austin, the creative sector is a vital component of the local economy. With a population of just over 2 million people, it's a place where small local businesses thrive and has achieved prominence as a trend-setting global city at the intersection of art, music, and technology. Growing by 40% over the last decade, the region's creative sector contributes more than $4.35 billion in economic activity annually, represents over 50,000 permanent jobs, and creates over $71 million in local tax revenue. From 2005 to 2010, employment in the creative sector alone grew by 25%, which was faster than the economy as a whole. From individual artists and creators to nonprofit arts and culture organizations, the presence of many talents within Austin has spurred the growth of a rich and diverse cultural ecosystem. Due to its importance, the creative economy has been recognized as a priority for the city's 2012 Imagine Austin Comprehensive Plan, in which creative industries and smart grid technology, so in particular gaming, digital media, and film, are considered essential levers to Austin's local economy. Additionally, the Strategic Direction Plan calls for a complete community where culture is an integrated component of Austin's sustainable growth and development. The UNESCO City of Media Arts designation underscores Austin's reputation as a trend-setting global city at the intersection of art, music, and digital technology. And this integrated and sustainable combination of new media art and technology can be seen in buildings, such as shown here, our award-winning Central Library, complete with new media installations, maker spaces, a digital petting zoo, seed collection, and rooftop pollinator garden with rain collection sites. Austin has a long tradition of presenting cutting-edge art installations that engage the community in creative and unexpected ways. Talking to lampposts, giving memory to street lamps, virtual reality tours of caves for people with limited abilities, and interactive choose-your-own-adventure digital walking tours of downtown. Additionally, the Blanton Museum of Art, the Contemporary Austin, Waterloo Greenway, and numerous Austin galleries regularly exhibit local and national artists working in new media. And every November is the Austin Studio Tours that opens hundreds of artist studios every year. And here you can see some examples of interactive installations embedded within the city to engage citizens with the city using new technology. Austin's filmmaking community, including celebrated directors Richard Linklater, Robert Rodriguez, and Terrence Malick, and dozens of emerging filmmakers, have been on the forefront of adopting new technologies. Rotoscoping animation, for example, used in films such as Waking Life and A Scanner Darkly, was developed by Austinite Bob Sebastian. We also have Austin Studios, which is a 20-acre film and creative media production complex that anchors Austin's film community, providing infrastructure for local and national productions. And just before the pandemic, the Creative Media Center at Austin Studios, pictured here, opened up. And the project is a result of a partnership between Austin Film Society and the City of Austin, who provided $5.4 million for design and initial construction. The LEED certified Creative Media Center is an adapted former armory building featuring 38,000 square feet of office space, meeting rooms, screening facilities, and production space. With excellent higher education institutions, Austin has a reputation as a progressive city and attracts lots of creative professionals each year. Some of these degree-seeking institutions include big names, such as the University of Texas at Austin, with their various media arts and technology programs, but also Austin Community College, that has one of the most state-of-the-art recording studios in the entire city for their music technology program. Additionally, there are many other organizations throughout the city that offer classes, workshops, and networking for a variety of media arts specializations, two examples being Motion Media Arts Center and Data Geek. And also of note, the organization ArtSpark recently created a new media arts training program to support young adults with disabilities as they transition from school to work and into the community. Austin is home to many international festivals that bridge the field of art and technology, including one that you may have heard of called South by Southwest Music, Film, and Interactive Conference and Festival. Founded in 1987, South by Southwest is best known for its conference and festival that celebrates the convergence of interactive, film, and music industries. In 2018, South by had over 280,000 people in attendance, with an economic impact of over $355 million for the city of Austin. 26% of the attendees were from 105 countries outside the US. So we really enjoy the fact that many international visitors, including several UNESCO Media Arts cities, find themselves in Austin at that time of the year, and it's a great chance to connect, share ideas, and explore partnerships for future efforts. I also must note that there are so many more festivals in Austin that take place throughout the year other than South by Southwest. Some examples include Fusebox Festival, Austin Film Festival, and InMass. Austin values the creative industries as vital contributors to Austin's character and prosperity. As such, the city offers incentives to companies working in video games and visual effects. An economic impact study commissioned in 2011 estimated that the total impact of gaming and digital media alone was over $990 million, with projected growth over the next decade. And the city is home to leading animation and gaming companies, including the Mighty Coconut, Rooster Teeth, Alchemy Labs, Artcraft Entertainment, and gaming giant Richard Garriott, among others. The City of Austin actively invests in art and culture by allocating a portion of hotel occupancy tax revenue to eligible cultural organizations and artists. Austin allocates the maximum allowed by the state of Texas to go toward cultural arts. Both individual artists and nonprofit arts organizations can apply to this funding pool, and over the past 4 years, over $43 million in hotel occupancy tax has funded 1,600 awards to Austin-based artists and cultural groups. The city was also the first municipality in Texas to make a commitment to include works of art in construction projects. So by ordinance, 2% of eligible capital improvement project budgets are allocated to commission or purchase artwork for that site. Austin's public art collection is found at sites such as the airports, convention center, libraries, parks, police stations, recreation centers, streetscapes, enhancing public spaces for all residents and visitors to the city. Over the past few years, the Art in Public Places program has contributed over $4 million to 83 art commissions, and many of these pieces are through media arts, such as Golden Afternoon by Urban Matter Incorporated, which you can see here, that is a responsive public art installation at a parking garage. Here are some other ones, and I'm going off script for 2 seconds, but the image in the top right is a brand new installation that just opened at the airport called Interimaginary Departures by artist Janet Zweig. And so while you're at the airport, you can go to this gate, answer a few questions, and can get a plane ticket to a place like Hogwarts or Narnia or something like that. So it's just a fun, interactive art installation at the airport, which is maybe not so typical. The city also has 2 running cultural and entrepreneurial exchange programs with Egypt and Pakistan that are funded through the U.S. embassies in each country. So goals of this program are to help top-performing startups and creative entrepreneurs expand into the U.S. market through Austin, open economic growth opportunities for Austin-based companies to engage with international businesses and potential customers, and make Austin visible and instill its image as an emerging international city and startup hub. So as part of the programming, the City of Austin has taken delegations of Austin-based creatives to Lahore and Cairo to explore economic growth and opportunities in the creative industries, and both Cairo and Lahore are part of the UNESCO Creative Cities Network. The UNESCO Creative City of Media Arts designation supports the Cultural Tourism Plan recommendations of showcasing Austin's art ecosystem to visitors to uncover its rich cultural diversity, invest in projects that are developed locally with the potential of global interest, and leverage the reach of nonprofit organizations in Austin to help attract visitors. Austin's designation is managed in cooperation between the Economic Development Department, where I work, and a community-led steering group. And this partnership highlights Austin's commitment to citizen and cultural participation to support a sustainable creative ecosystem for all. With our UNESCO Media Arts designation, we hope to strengthen international relationships, connect media artists with innovative companies, bolster the economic stability of local arts ecosystems, and encourage cross-sector creative output and elevate Austin's creative community globally. So thank you so much for allowing me to present to you about Austin. Here's my contact information and an image of City Hall, and I look forward to future collaborations with you.
Thank you for your presentation. 수고하셨습니다.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We have heard 5 cases from overseas, and what I felt is that Europe and the U.S. approach is quite different. That's the message that I heard from these 5 presentations. And then we will have a short, about a 15-minute break, and then we will do the discussion. So we will shorten the break time to 15 minutes according to the schedule. Originally it was a half an hour, but we will have just a 15 minutes break. Michelle Holadiki, Dominic Roland, and Mark Collin, and Laura Odegas. Please have a seat in front. So let's just start the discussion and the Q&A. And we don't have a designated panelists for this discussion time. So we have a free discussion, right? So without the designated discussant. That's my understanding. So we don't have a designated discussant who will provide the comments, and we will open the floor and take questions from the audience. And if you have any questions, please raise your hand. And so please hand over the mic. Thank you. Can I ask a question in Korean? Translation will be provided. I would like to ask a question about the distribution, the plan by the cities for the media artworks created by citizens, and with the citizen and the training of one of the core components presented by the people here, and that means there will be more engagement by citizens, and the citizens will contribute in creating more media works, artworks. Then what's your plan in your city's plan to distribute the works created by citizens? And for example, in my village, we have the mountain, and the poems and the works created by the citizens are in the mountains. And so I want to ask your plan to distribute the creative works created by citizens. What's your plan? I want to know the city's plan to distribute the works created by citizens. So whether you have any program that engage in the citizens. So can you provide the answer to this question? If your city has a certain program that engages the citizens in the media art program.
Try to answer and not listen to myself. I will try to answer a little bit about what we do in Austin. So I guess part of it depends on what type of media artwork it is. As I was mentioning, there are a lot of media artworks that are created that we fund. So we give out grant money to artists to present their projects throughout the year. So that's one of the ways that we support the artists creating the work in Austin. So whether that's public art installations, we have temporary artwork that is exhibited. So we have an artist collective that did a piece and is being exhibited outside of City Hall right now and at the Central Library. So we provide spaces for the art to be presented and money for the art to be presented and created. And then I think one of the great things about the network is also how are we able to work together to share something that artists in Austin are doing, maybe with artists in Braga. How can we create those channels to expand the artwork to other places? So I think in the US, we try to work with other cities within the US to create the opportunities for artists and also for companies to have that kind of exchange with each other so they can exhibit and grow their career that way. That's one of our priorities, is growing artists' careers for Austin artists.
Next, York.
I'll take this out as well. From our perspective, we work as an organization primarily with artists. That's our focus, and that's the first point of call for us. But what we notice with a lot of the artists we work with, they're often very interested in engaging with local communities in the creation of their artwork. So we've got one particular project that we're working on right now, which is an audiovisual installation that will take place as part of a light exhibition. But the project's actually been created by a local community charity who support out-of-work people. And the artist has created the entire artwork across a series of workshops. So the people have been involved in how the concept, the design, the idea, where it will happen. And the idea not everyone involved in that project will become an artist, but some people will for the first time see and experience something that perhaps they've never seen or experienced before. So that's one very localized example of how the world of art and media art can spread further. But all of our initiatives are different, and we work with artists at different levels in their career. So for some people, they'll be working and it'll just be about that thing. Others we have, like the Immersive Assembly, which are new emerging artists, and we have various internships. So yeah, there's lots of different ways in, but we're an organization and not the city as a whole.
Thank you. Laurent, oui, comment participer au projet comme citoyen à votre ville? Les citoyens participent comment à votre projet de ville? Oui.
C'est un des sujets les plus importants des villes créatives de l'UNESCO. C'est la coparticipation des publics.
Ah oui, oui.
Effectivement, nous le faisons avec des axes, c'est-à-dire que nous amenons des artistes à travailler avec les publics.
Ah oui, oui.
Ça, c'est la première réponse. Des artistes travaillent avec les publics.
Artistes,
oui, interaction entre artistes et publics.
Okay.
So Dominic provided the answer that through the artist program that they try to engage the citizens, and that there are a lot of cases that we can refer to. Then now it's your turn. You go first. Gosche.
I very much can relate to what my colleague says, that we as an organization, we provide grants and support to the artists, but we also run few programs which are for the citizens, with the small grants where citizens could use the money to address the challenges cities facing, and we really engage them to use the technology or media as one of the channels, but it's not mandatory. And we also use media arts and participation of the citizens as a research tool in public space, and also we raise awareness around different topics with arts and media arts particularly, and then we engage with citizens and we ask them about those topics, and we do research around that. That's the thing, how we engage the general public. And also we run educational programs like design thinking, participation, and citizen science for the citizens, so they can then actively participate in different disciplines we need as a research.
Thank you.
Joanna, please.
When I did my presentation, I talked about our training in educative programs with CUIT, and it's one of our major investments in working directly with community. So we run a lot of projects where we think about different ages. We also work with senior people. We work with people with disabilities, and school children or teenagers or students from the university or just common citizens, regular citizens. So one of our major aims is to involve them in co-creation material. Like we run projects that involve them in thinking about their heritage, thinking about values like democracy and human rights. So we think of all of those projects as a co-creation. So we bring citizens, we bring the technology, we bring artists, and we do co-create projects together so people feel really engaged and part of. So it's not really, like a workshop, but it's more sometimes and are more than workshops. They are really co-creating and being part of the work of art of the project itself.
Thank you. Even 다섯 분,
Is it okay to add to that? I think because I was the first one to speak, I wasn't thinking enough. But what Joanna was just saying about how they involve the entire city. So I talked a lot about how we support the artists that call themselves artists, right? But what about the rest of the citizens within the city, and how do we use media arts to engage with them and get them to engage with the city? And so I mentioned a couple projects when I presented, but one of them was called Hello Lamppost, and that was just it was a project where the city streetscape, so like lampposts and mailboxes and trees and moon towers had a little code on them, like a little number. And so people that aren't artists, that are just walking down the street, they can text message the mailbox, and they can say, hello, mailbox number 562, how's it going today? And the mailbox would then text back. And so then it creates this conversation between citizens and the city in a way that's not really super high tech. You have to have a phone to text them, but it's not, I'm an artist interacting with the city. It's, I'm a citizen just engaging with the city. And so projects like that, I think, are really exciting from a city government point of view, because then you're getting more feedback from the city. The people aren't necessarily afraid of talking to city government people. It's like, oh, this is fun to engage with city structures. So that's just another example of how media arts can kind of be a way of interacting and engaging with the public.
Thank you. 이야기는 이제
Thank you very much for your comment. So some of the comments are similar. Not really unique, the answers, but I do not understand English 100%, but I spoke to Roland. I could speak a little bit of French, but I do not speak great French. And then the distribution, it could be a distribution for sales or distribution for display. So can you please specify your question? What kind of distribution are you talking about? I'm talking about distribution for display and exhibitions. For example, sometimes there is only display within museums. But let's say citizens are working together for art, then they should not be enjoyed only within museums. They should be enjoyable on the streets or within subway stations. That way, they could be more enjoyed by citizens. That sort of distribution channel I have been talking about. So do you have any plan to expand this sort of distribution, like going beyond exhibitions or museums to go to public spaces, including streets? That was the intent of my question. So if you like to add more comments, I'd like to listen. So, But you cannot continue to do that in public spaces because the concept of distribution is kind of vague, in my opinion. So anybody in the panel would like to answer, elaborate more on this? For example, installations of art. How do you distribute art in your city? Any examples?
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, thank you.
Finally. And what we do, I totally get what you are aiming to, but what you do, at least in Braga, and mainly within the biennial index, we have a lot of public space exhibition, a lot of them. And sometimes in places that people are not expecting, like, in the bus stops or in the plaza, or in the train stations, or in places that they are not used to interact, and sometimes they don't acknowledge that is a piece of art, because they just is there in outer space and they interact with it, and so it's very, very, it's incredible the effect they have. But I think all of us have that kind of strategy. It's not within only the spaces like this art center, is in the outer public space, in avenues, in, like I say, bus stops, in the subway, or even in billboards. Like instead of getting information on traffic, they are getting some kind of work of art being presented. Yeah, we have it.
답이 되셨나요? 예.
Does it answer your question? Thank you. Is there any? I think that was quite a good question. We need to expand the citizen engagement, and what the creative cities aiming at is to change our cities. So by expanding the citizens' engagement through media art, but it is a very difficult thing to do, and because creating media works takes a lot of money and effort, and I believe that many cities have made a long way away from the starting point, but still there are a lot of progress to be made. And the Angenreven's project is quite good, and it provides the opportunity for citizens to think, and the Angenreven has a big casino and a big lake, and it is the place people living in the Paris go there to spend and enjoy. So Angenreven is using their media arts projects to publicize their city to the visitors. I hope that Gwangju would have some project like that. And if you have any other question, we will take one more question. Hello, everyone. I am the PhD student studying the culture policy. And in the UNESCO creative cities, there are many different genres, and you are a city in the media art category. That's my understanding. Is there any specific reason that your city selected the media art out of the 7 categories for the UNESCO designation as a creative city? I don't think that this is a difficult question, but if there are. So you go first.
This is one of the biggest questions. Why media arts? Everybody asks that question. Why media arts? Why not gastronomy, cinema? Because normally cities, some of the cities can be gastronomy or music, but why media arts? Because media arts really needs investments. For Braga, and I tried to present there when I made my interventions, that we were quite industrial city. In the 19th, and then somehow the tech happened. The industry became more tech companies, software, because mainly of the presence of the university. Because we are really an old city, 2 million, not millions, 2,000 years of history, just under, and then we were under a crisis because industry was actually the textile and the automotive was really under very heavy crisis. And then the university came with these new ideas and tech and research on that kind of thing. And simultaneously, the artists began reacting to this new future within a very conservative city that Prague was. So that's why, and then something emerged there and began to establish itself as like a city that think and produce about media arts. We could call them multimedia or something, but it was actually media arts. And then it was natural when we choose what we want to look for, because I think all of us know that when we are a knowledge as a creative city, what we are really looking is to the future. It's just the potential that there is. So for us, we could also be gastronomy or music, you know, but then media arts was really the aim, the future we want to look forward to.
Yeah, acting,
Yeah, I would repeat very much what Joanna said, but on a shorter scale of time. That we, since 2007, we start developing project European Capital of Culture, which Košice was in 2013, and in the same time, the IT cluster has been established. So a lot of IT and digital companies came to Košice, and a lot of jobs were created. So we follow, as now we see as a historical movement in the city, that the culture and creativity was very high, or one of the top priorities on the political agenda of a city development, and also from the economical point of view, the digital and or tech companies started to becoming very important for the local ecosystem or environment. And we use this as this momentum we gain after European Capital of Culture to throw the ball further and to have a common narrative, which then unites more stakeholders in the city, also business, also, you know, UNESCO is bigger brand, so also for the politicians it was very important that they can relate to something which is global. And also for the future we see that for a city like Košice, which is very similar, 230, 240,000 people in very east of Europe, to be competitive or to have an advantage on a global scale is creativity and digital technologies bring this platform for any other sectors to be innovative, or it could bring the innovation to any other sector. So that's the narrative we stand for. And also for us, it was like beyond the European environment, which we get familiar with during the European Capital of Culture. This is another step to go further and to come to the cities like Guangzhou or Austin or other cities like Changsha in China, wherever, and to build the ties and enable artists to exchange or creative people to experience different cultures, collaborations, and spread the collaboration on a global level. So that's why. And digital, we learned that in COVID with the city-to-city project that it's not easy, but it's the online is a good environment for media arts, for sure.
Thank you. Roland, pourquoi vous avez choisi l'art numérique, votre ville? Pourquoi?
Bonne question. Gamsamida. Non, l'art numérique, tout simplement parce que nous sommes tous traversés dans nos pratiques par le numérique. Ce ne sont pas des outils, c'est tout simplement l'écriture qui a changé, le monde qui a changé. Et donc, le choix de la création numérique s'est imposé parce que nous sommes traversés, téléphone portable, l'informatique, partout. Donc les modes d'écriture ont changé, de langage ont changé, de rapport au monde. Les artistes ne regardent plus le monde de la même manière, et nos sociétés également. Donc pour nous, c'est un engagement qui est un engagement, un rapport vraiment au monde qui s'impose dans l'art aujourd'hui.
So his comments quite similar to the comments already made by other presenters, and that the world is changing, so they are responding to the changes. And I have been to this city, Angerang. I wondered why this city is selected media art. I think the Dominic Roland also provided that looking the future, it was an inevitable choice to select the media art.
It'll be boring, but it's a similar tale to all the cities. For York as well, it's in a UK context. It's one of England's oldest cities, so people come there to just visit York. It's a very preserved city. It's got its ancient castle walls. But underneath that surface, there's also a very strong university. Out of that, and not only that, has grown some companies who are at the top of their field working in film, visual effects, immersive sound, production. And I think that's what was seen, that there's a future for the city that is not just its historic past, and actually looking at the resources that were there. I feel like the media arts brings that together, and it is almost, it juxtaposes against the older city. So it feels like, yeah, quite similar, that it's the future, and also I think presenting some of the works in this really beautiful old city provides a really interesting counterpoint as well.
Thank you. Oui.
Not surprising, my answer is going to be very similar to the rest of my colleagues up here. I think a lot of times we get asked, why didn't you do music? Because Austin is also a really big music city, and we have a really big film community as well. So I think, especially internally, there was always the question of why media arts. But media arts to us seemed like it was a yes and. It could be film and animation and effects and technology to do those things. So that's kind of media arts. It's music and new music stuff using a lot of different types of technology. Well, that's a type of media arts. We have a lot, like some of the others said, the universities being there and having so many innovative programs, and then pulling in experts and professionals and young people that are really interested in pushing it forward. So that was kind of going for us with media arts. And the fact that Austin is becoming, people call it Silicon Hills, because so many tech companies from California move to Austin. So many companies from New York move to Austin because our taxes are better than the other states. So it was just this kind of convergence of a lot of tech companies, a lot of creative people that already lived there because it was relatively inexpensive. And again, like the others said, kind of looking forward into the future, it just seems like the best cluster to be in. And because we're a smaller cluster, and we've been a smaller cluster for a while, I think it's allowed us to kind of create a really strong network within our cities that some of the other clusters that have hundreds of people, maybe it's harder for them to work together as closely as I think we do. So I think that's one of the great things about the Media Arts Cluster.
감사합니다.
In conclusion.
또 다른 질문 하나만 더 받겠습니다. 예, 진시영 작가님.
All right, the artist Jin Xiang. Hello, everyone. I am director of the first domain of UNESCO Creative City of Media Art. So I took some notes. So I'm going to take my seat for asking my questions. In 2012, Gwangju was designated. We submitted a proposal to become UNESCO Creative City of Media Art, and I was involved in this process. And why Gwangju? Why media art? We thought a lot about that, and we thought human media city, like a human rights movement back in 1980. And today, I have heard of different presentations of different cities. And the media art, everything about media art is relevant to citizens after listening to your presentations. So here is my question. I am myself an artist. City and media art. These are being created by artists, and the works of art need to be enjoyed by citizens, maybe for healing, for entertainment, and even well-being can be pursued by these works. So my question is, implementation of this, is it being done by artists? So artists are very much interested in the implementation or execution, or do you have any other entity to take responsibility for implementation, like a meeting with citizens to secure safety? So that is my question.
You first? Hey, Austin.
I will try to answer that question. I think, to me, what comes to mind in Austin are the projects that are public art projects, specifically. And so, you know, through that, nothing happens in a gallery space, to the first question. All of the public art happens outside in the public. And so the artist sometimes proposes a place that they want to work, but also sometimes it happens the other way, where citizens in a neighborhood say, we want some kind of art piece here. Or, you know, the Department of Transportation says, we have money, we want to have some kind of art piece in this area, in this building, in this spot. So that's kind of one aspect of it, but also when we commission an artist to do a project like that, they have to work, by contract, they have to work with the community to involve them in the process. So they have to talk to people that live there or people that work there, and they have to engage them throughout the creation and implementation of the project. Because if the citizens aren't actively excited about this artwork that's being put up in their neighborhood, maybe they aren't going to care for it as much. Maybe they're going to complain to the city government that there's this big, ugly piece of art there. But if they're involved from the beginning, maybe they won't complain about it so much, and maybe they'll kind of take ownership of it in a way that will prevent graffiti or prevent damage or prevent people trying to steal things or break things. And so a lot of our public art pieces have to be able to exist for 20 years. And so the city government is responsible for the maintenance of the piece for 20 years. And that's why it's really important for us to engage the citizens from the very beginning, so we don't have to spend as much money fixing, replacing, and keeping it where it needs to be for those 20 years. So that's one of the ways that we engage the citizens in deciding where and what it should be. I don't know.
Thank you.
예, 제가 질문을 제대로 이해를 했다면 저희는 조직으로서 아티스트와 함께 협력을 하게 됩니다. 바로 이것이 시작점이었고요. 이것으로서 작품들을 창작하게 됩니다. 경우에 따라서는 굉장히 장기간 동안 협력해서 창작을 하게 됩니다. 그리고 또 여러 가지 펀딩 기회들이 함께 오게 됩니다. 예, 이런 것들은 네, 그래서 이러한 상황들이 발생하게 되면 시민들 그리고 커뮤니티들이 얼마나 적극적으로 참여하느냐는 사실 펀딩과 많은 관련이 있습니다. 그리고 어디서 펀딩이 이루어지는가도 많이 관련되어 있습니다. 일반적으로 아티스트 같은 경우는 다양한 그 협회들과 관련이 되어 있습니다. 예, 그래서 이런 그 협회들, 기관들에서 자금을 제공을 하게 되는데요. 도시를 통해서 뭐 경우에 따라서는 영국 내에서 내지는 유럽 전체 지역에서 펀딩이 이루어지기도 합니다. 그러니까 펀딩이 자금 지원이 어디서 오는지가 중요한 것 같습니다. 이것이 어떠한 유형의 아트인지 어디서 오는지를 결정하는 것 같습니다. 예, 그래서 이런 식으로 작품을 만들고 최대한 많은 사람들이 볼 수 있도록 하게 되는 건데요. 그들이 열망하는 것은 사실 커뮤니티 그리고 도시 내에 있습니다. 그런데 불행하게도 어느 정도의 제약은 있는 것이 있습니다. 바로 그 펀딩 예산과 관련된 제약이죠.
Well, I would repeat, but we also provide grants and programs to support artists and also citizens to a certain level. But what I can add on is that we also collaborate because we've been established by the city of Košice, and we collaborate, and we are an arm's length organization or a tool of the city to execute and deliver on culture strategy of a city, where we define different programs or goals, which also include the way how to engage communities and how to engage specifically in, let's say, neglected geographical areas of a city where there isn't very much of a culture offer or production. So that's one of the ideas is we also built the European Capital of Culture concept around that we used abandoned spaces and old military warehouses or abandoned swimming pool. So we use art and culture as a tool to revitalize those spaces and bring life and communities to that. We also run, or we used to run, now it's a different organization. It's a small piece of infrastructure spread around the city, which delivers the heat to the houses, called heat exchangers. It's small buildings, 15 per 15 meters mostly, and the technology shrinked. So we use those spaces. We made an agreement with the city company that we can use those spaces, and we turn it back in 2012 and 13 into community culture and art centers with a different, let's say, programs. So one is dedicated to fashion and youngsters. One is dedicated to theater or amateur theater. One is dedicated to skateboard. So it's indoor skateball. So, and that's how city work with neighborhoods. And that's how the city engage with the citizens and has a, let's say, a network of the infrastructure which can be used, and then from the neighborhoods, the program or art can be then displayed in the central spaces like galleries or culture centers and others. So, thank you.
I don't know if I understand correctly what you asked, but from my point of view of what I think you asked, in Braga, our experience is like We are part of a company, a municipal cultural company owned by the municipality. So we have this contract with the municipality that tells us, okay, you have the responsibility of implementing the program we committed with our own citizens and with UNESCO. So what we try to do when we implement our program that has various lines of action is that we do all of this, try to do it through the lens of art and technology. So if we want to do a more like the Biennale of, like I was presenting, we do it through a council of curators that implement that program. If we want to work with schools, we work directly with the municipality and say, okay, we have this program, let's work together to get to students. Always engaging artists and technologists and creatives. If you want to engage urban spaces, we work with local groups of habitants in that part. So what we do when we try to implement our different ways of doing, of what we think a creative city should do and a creative city of media arts should implement, we do it to different stakeholders. So it's not like we have this main venue. We are actually a group of people working with different stakeholders and different organizations. But we do all of this is like we involve artists, creative and technologies, you know. So what we do when we implement things, we do think from the city to us. We think about, for example, a problem with the senior community. We have a lot of senior citizens that sometimes are very hard to reach, and we would like to include them in this endeavor of being a creative city. So we think of a program specifically for them and from them to us. So each year we do it like that, and we try, and I'm finishing, we try to do this in a very contemporary way of thinking. Like we do it, for example, we are doing a project with Cochise about environmental issues, about this new European program that is called the New European Bauhaus, that tries to involve everybody. So we think about a project that involves young students and involves dealing with environmental issues and democracy and the way we live. So we do it day by day, project by project, and with different stakeholders within the city.
네, 수고하셨습니다. Roland, quel est votre but pour les citoyens ou pour les compagnies, pour les artistes ou pour tous? Quel est votre but de projet?
Pour moi, les projets du Centre d'art et de la ville d'Enghien-les-Bains sont des projets d'abord qui sont, le plus important, c'est la coopération internationale. Je précise bien parce que, par exemple, nous avons travaillé très bien avec la Corée, avec, je dis Gwangju, mais avec Séoul, avec Arnabi Center, parce que nous avons besoin de partager des projets pour comprendre le monde. Comment des équipes scientifiques, des laboratoires de recherche, comment des philosophes, des sociologues, comment des architectes urbanistes, comment nous pensons le monde. La question centrale, c'est faire évidemment participer de plus en plus, maintenant nous avons des projets entre des artistes et des publics, parce que tous les processus d'écriture des artistes intègrent les publics, parce que l'interaction est importante. C'est aussi penser à une autre forme de langage. Une autre forme de langage, c'est évidemment impliquer l'autre dans le regard que l'on a sur une œuvre. C'est l'impliquer dans différentes actions, c'est-à-dire ça peut être avec l'avatar, ça peut être avec le monde virtuel, le monde réel, ça peut être réalité virtuelle, ça peut être également à travers des modes d'expression artistique comme la danse, comme la musique, l'intelligence artificielle, les algorithmes, l'émotion entre la relation entre les robots et les humains. Comment nous dialoguons avec les machines? Comment, et ça c'est une question qui sont des modes d'apprentissage pour le public qui participe, et beaucoup d'artistes dans le monde utilisent tout ce qui est possible pour que les publics participent à une œuvre. C'est ce qu'on appelle des œuvres autogénératives, c'est-à-dire que sur le mouvement ou sur la voix, ça va transformer l'œuvre visuelle sur l'écran. C'est une question centrale, la question de l'art numérique. C'est une manière, une posture, la manière dont nous regardons le monde. Donc pour ces raisons, notre implication, elle est les publics. Nous avons 450 interventions dans les écoles dans une année. Nous avons tous les projets de création et de résidence sont à l'international, toujours, parce que nous voulons cette relation entre des publics, des artistes différents, des scientifiques aussi, c'est très important. Et surtout sur une question où le numérique a une valeur éthique. Éthique, et dans le sens aussi qui est profond, qui est comment la créativité, l'esthétique peut transformer aussi une valeur sur le monde aujourd'hui, sur notre société. Comment l'esthétique peut introduire cette question du beau dans la société. Comment les habitants peuvent construire leur ville dans cette notion esthétique du beau. Et comment les artistes participent à ce que l'on n'entend pas beaucoup dans le monde politique ou médiatique, c'est effectivement cette question de l'esthétique et du beau. Comment embellir dans un monde qui est en réparation aujourd'hui.
What Mr. Roland told us is that if I summarize, there is a certain role that is designated, and by project they carry out the role. I think there are common themes that answered by the presenters. If there is any other question, I think this is the last question that we can take for the session. Hello. I am the curator from the Gwangju Museum of Arts, and I want to ask about how to nurture the professionals in the media arts. The media arts special organization, looking at the technology and the science with a focus in the training. But in the Gwangju and the media art cities have the creative schools, and they produced the professionals in the media arts. But if we think about the field that they go into as a professional in the labor market, I think there are a lot of challenges. So I want to know about your city's projects. So in our case, we have a certain disconnection with the universities, but if you have a certain programs to nurture professional media artists in conjunction with the universities, probably two presenters can answer the question. Who will volunteer? Austin, Yoke, probably Yoke, you are doing also a lot of project with the students. So Austin, go first, and then the Yoke present, provide your answer.
I'm trying to think about how best to answer the question. So yes, we have the universities with, the professional programs and things like that. I mentioned a few other organizations in my presentation, and I think some of their focus is on teaching people that aren't maybe professional media artists how to use media arts tools. So I think a lot of it in Austin anyway is about access. So there's the big universities that have their programs. There's community colleges that have other programs. So it's maybe slightly more technical and not as academic and going off to PhD in something. And so the city partners with the community colleges to develop the programs and the opportunities there. And then we have nonprofit organizations that they do classes for, you know, anybody that wants to learn how to use an Arduino, or anyone that wants to learn how to do stop motion animation. So there's lots of different touch points at different budget levels too, because not everyone can afford, especially in the US, not everyone can afford to go to university. So how can there be other programs, and how can the city support these organizations that have other entry points for learning these skills? And we also have some programs that are focused on the career trajectory of these things that don't require higher education degrees. So we recently started a program called Austin Citizens Conservation Corps, something. And it's basically how can we train people for jobs that don't need degrees, specifically in green jobs. So, you know, with technology and with energy, specifically with like solar energy, but also for artists, and how can we train artists and give them job opportunities where they are now, but also the mentoring and the training as well. So we're trying to think of it holistically, and also thinking about people that have disabilities and how are they accessing professional job careers and things like that in media arts, for example. So I mentioned one organization that just recently started a program to work with people that have disabilities to train them on things that then is a skill they can use to get a job and sustain themselves. And I think the other side of that is then how do you create the opportunities for networking among the people that are working in the arts? So we're trying to do a lot of that as well, so they can learn from each other and have exchanges and meetup groups and things like that within the digital and media arts fields in Austin. I don't know if that answered your question, but.
예, thank you. 한 분만 더 답을 들으셨습니다. 한 분만 먼저.
Just one more person.
Something to what Laura,
Yes.
because in Braga, what we did, because it's one of the most important issues we deal with. We have two types of things. We do run a lot of workshops with artists and professionals specific to a specific technology of where you're producing, so they can enroll basically for nothing. But we have a lot of protocols with secondary schools, so to work with students that are on, you know, those lots of multimedia grades and everything. So try to help them work with that students and one in their programs. But the most important thing we did so far was that we created with the University of Minho a master in media arts, and was a protocol with the university, the municipality, in our municipal company. So, so we work very close with the university to think about a plan of studies, a program that was very, very close to what the market or what the thing, so, you know, so to shrink the gap of what the university is teaching and what the world is doing. So in that special program we did with the university, a lot of classes, for example, are taken in our cultural venues. They have a special relation with curators and artists and technologists that we invited, and the students come and have that possibility. So we can close the gap and between the university, the market, and the artists. And another thing is that that master is not really for only, young graduates. It's also specially for the middle career artists that want to engage with these new technologies, and sometimes they just revamp their careers or think about another ways of exploring, but now they are afraid of computing, or, so we, with university, we built this curriculum to adapt that so this middle age, middle career artists can come and feel comfortable and know how to use these new tools to produce new ways of being an artist.
예, 감사합니다. 추가로 질문하실까요?
Okay, thank you very much. You have additional question? Sorry, we are seeing media art being developed, and that is one of the popular art. So everyone can create media art now, as long as they have data and sampling, or if we have some sort of theories of art and technologies, everyone can create media art. So technologies are so important for media art, and technologies are changing, and there will be more different media art. It will be more popular, and everything will be about media art. So how can we differentiate the media artists and the general public, and how can we make more people create media art? How do you define media art? Definition should be given by artist or institution or a critic. That is my question. Anybody, only one person can answer this question? Anyone?
Wow. I mean, so I think what you referenced, what I got in the translation, was around that essentially media art is everywhere around us. In fact, every single day, almost every single person is creating. We're constantly creative. We've probably all made a video and we've trimmed a bit off it and we've sent it. But I think what defines a media artist from everyone else is what defines an artist from anyone who can sing a little or paint a little. It's a discipline, it's a practice, it's about dedicating your life and your research and your time to creating and perfecting something. So I think in that sense it's as traditional as any of the art forms that we've ever known. I don't know if that answers it directly, but
뭐 좀 답이 좀 되셨어요?
Does it answer your question? Hopefully. So now is the time to wrap up. We are supposed to conclude our session at 5 o'clock. So thank you very much for all the questions and answers. Please give a big round of applause to our presenters today. Thank you so much for your time. And with this, I'd like to conclude session 2 of this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to conclude the 2022 UNESCO Creative Cities of Media Art Network Forum under the theme of Transformation of Digital Media Ecosystems and Their Future. Thank you very much for all the presenters and the relevant personnel as well as participants today. Through today's global forum, again, GMAP was opened on March 30th. It gave us a great opportunity for the future direction of GMAP as well as Gwangju Metropolitan City. GMAP is going to be more actively involved in UNESCO Creative City of Media Art to advance Gwangju city further as a UNESCO Creative City. And in 2023, we are going to have another global forum like this. So I'm looking forward to seeing you again in the 2023 event. Once again, thank you very much for being with us for a very long time. Thank you very much.
그리고 저희 전시가 지금 1층과 3층에서 이루어지고
So there are exhibitions on the first floor and the third floor. So please look around the exhibition.